Please welcome my guest for this evening, Lilrya Prisvielle.
Hello.
Hello, Rhea. Welcome, or should I say welcome back, that this is actually not your first time on VTuber Talk, but I suppose we'll get to that. For starters. I'm sure most of the folks in chat are already familiar with you. For anyone who isn't, if you could introduce yourself.
Oh, yeah. So
Don't worry, SG Bun, we already gave her a high chair.
What? Excuse me.
I'm sorry.
I don't need a
resist.
high. I'm in a normal chair. Hello. Is this how we're starting, Jay? This is how we're gonna start? We're gonna start off as mortal enemies already?
I'm sorry, I couldn't resist. I'm usually not the type to do that, but SG Bun just set me up. I'm sorry, folks. I guess it's going to be a short show tonight. Good night, everybody. Bye.
Hi, thanks for coming. Okay, yeah. Let me introduce myself. My name is Lilrya Prisvielle. I am a part of Catalyst, which is the Gen 1 group of V-REVERIE. I am a succubud princess. Not succubud. Succubuds are my fans. So I'm a succubus princess. I'm the crown princess next in line for the throne. But I don't live in hell right now. I kind of skedaddled on out of there because it was getting kind of boring. Down there, you know. Everything was the same. Everybody just listens to me down there. Nobody really fights back, you know. It's getting kind of irritating. So I came up to the surface to try to see if I can find somebody to bring down to hell with me, so I can have some quality entertainment for once. Because you'd be surprised. You'd think that hell is a lot of, it's interesting. But if you've lived there for your entire life, it's not that great. So I just skedaddled on out of there. And now I'm living on the surface.
And we're so glad to have you here. And like I said, this is actually your second appearance on VTuber Talk. That you were here a little bit over a month ago now, actually, for the Sana Send-Off show. And it was just a delight having you there. And I definitely knew right away, okay, I want to make sure that I can have a chance to speak with Rhea more about herself than about somebody else, and without the backdrop of a graduation. And, don't get me wrong, it was a wonderful show that, for anyone who is fans of Tsukumo Sana from Hololive, we did a really nice send-off show for her just before her graduation, and Lilrya was actually the first person on for that show as well. But tonight, it's all about you, Rhea. I'm so happy to have you on, and you've been busy. You've been doing a lot of things. You actually just released a new YouTube video earlier today with a rather tragic tale of Pokemon Nuzlocke.
It was tragic. I am playing a run-through of Pokemon Soul Silver, but as a randomizer Nuzlocke, and I got really lucky when we started, because my starter ended up actually being an Entei, and then my Entei passed when he got killed by a wild Shiftry.
Yeah. You see Shiftry and you expect it to have grass and dark moves, because Shiftry is a grass and dark type. And why does it have... So, is this a randomizer move Nuzlocke as well, or
so everything is randomized. So Pokemon types are randomized, and their moves are randomized too, but their moves prioritize the same typing. So for example, a Charmander could be a water type, and it's most likely to have water type moves. So in this case, my Entei, I believe, was a rock type or something, something that was weak to fighting, and the Shiftry happened to be a fighting electric type with Aura Sphere.
Okay, gosh, because there's different types of randomizers. That there's ones where it's just the Pokemon are randomized, and all the Pokemon are going to have their normal move sets and typing when you see them, and it's just a grab bag of what you get. But then you can go full random, as you seem to be going, where it's just types, moves, the whole shebang, and definitely that can be super fun. But it can also be, it makes it difficult to prepare for things, certainly.
So that's kind of what I like about randomizers. So I know there's a lot of people who do hardcore Nuzlocks, and those are really amazing and fun in their own way. But the people who do that have a lot of knowledge about not just like Pokemon, but about um just their stats and movement. Like they have like calculators they'll use to calculate exact amounts of damage and stuff
Hmm.
like that, and make these crazy plans and do all this theory crafting. And that's kind of like what makes a hardcore Nuzlocke fun for a lot of people. But I don't necessarily like strategizing and all that. I like that in a randomizer that's as severe as this one, because everything is randomized. I like that. I just kind of have to run in just 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 guns blazing
Hmm.
and
Yeah.
just hope for the best.
Yeah, and
And
that
it
you're still
also,
using knowledge, that you're still using the knowledge
Mhm.
of the moves, and once you have the information for types, that there is that strategy there. But I can definitely see how it's going to be much more difficult to do that sort of pre-planning and just the more nitty-gritty work there.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it's definitely like there's like there's like a small amount of planning involved, but like just I don't need to like really the only knowledge you need for like a full on chaotic randomizer Nuzlocke is just type advantages and disadvantages, really, and just knowing obviously knowing which Pokemon are decent to use and which aren't. It also, I mean, in my case, I also have like abilities and stuff randomized, so keeping that in mind is good too, because sometimes I'll have Pokemon with these like really useful abilities and then Pokemon with really awful
Hmm.
abilities. um but
Just
it's
because you
it's a
don't
lot of
go up
fun.
against something that's Dark Ghost with Wonder Guard.
I have not actually encountered a Dark Ghost type with Wonder Guard yet, but I have encountered a fair share of Pokemon with Wonder Guard. A really funny story I have actually is when I was playing through my Pokemon Black randomizer Nuzlocke, um, I had neglected to get an EXP share. So people in chat, my sucky buds were like, "Oh, you should go back and go grab the EXP share." And I was like, "Okay." So I went all the way back to get the EXP share. From what I know, you have to like battle to get it. You have to battle through like a building to get it. So I battled everybody, and then the final person you have to fight, who actually gives you the EXP share, he sent out a Lugia, and I was like, oh, that's
Oh
not too
no.
bad. Because I was over leveled because I had already gone past that
Mm. Oh,
past that
that's
city.
right.
So
Yes,
yeah,
yes.
I wasn't too concerned. And then the Lugia had Wonder Guard, and I didn't have anybody that could hit that thing. Like,
And is that
no,
just
none of my
game
Pokemon were
over at
super
that
effective.
point? Because
No,
you did good.
I stalled as long as I could,
Oh,
used
yep,
a bunch of
because even Wonder
potions,
Garters
tanked,
can't
yeah,
get around struggle.
yeah, tanked everything, and then I just waited until Lugia used up all its moves, and then had it struggle itself to death. But that took forever. I was just, I was sitting there struggling, just like, no, well, I wasn't struggling. The Lugia was struggling, but I was like, I was just, I had one finger on my speed up button, mashing the A button, like just get me out, just get me
Yeah,
out,
at
just
that
get
point,
me
it just
out.
becomes a just chatting stream as you try and just whittle down
Yeah.
the PP
Mhm.
of the opposing Pokemon. But hey, you made it through, and you lived to tell the tale.
I did. It was easily one of the. I mean, honestly, it was just a reminder to never get too cocky, because I was like, oh, this isn't gonna take too long, guys. It's gonna be really easy. I'll just sweep through everything, and then we ran into a Lugia with Wonder
Hmm.
Guard. Hmm.
That's one of the fun things about Nuzlocke and really about Pokemon in general, that there's so many ways to interact with the franchise, of whether it be the games, the TCG, the anime, the toys, and then with the game, that it's inherently, I would call it an RPG in the sense that you have all this flexibility of how you approach the game, how you play the game, and then the fact that the community has taken it into their own hands with the next level, first with Nuzlocke in general, but then now that you have folks who are getting these ROM hacks with, you know, full randomizers or just custom games built from the ground up, and the fact that you can figure out how you enjoy playing the game and just enjoy it in your own way, and that there is no wrong way to enjoy Pokemon.
Mm, there isn't. Just my stance on it is always just like, um just play whatever is fun for you. Do what you enjoy the most. And I think a lot of Pokemon content creators on YouTube have the same thing. So like if you're playing a Nuzlocke, like there's no set rules you have to follow. If you want to make it more challenging, add rules. If you don't want it to be quite as challenging, take away rules. For
Yeah, it's all
example, a
self-imposed.
custom rule. Yeah, a custom rule that I have for myself, for example, is I give myself a infinite amount of rare candies, so I don't have to spend hours grinding in the grass.
Mm-hmm.
Because I do really think that's enjoyable content. Personally, for me,
Yeah.
I don't like to do it, and I don't. It's not something I like to watch personally, so it's not something that I want to really spend time doing. And if I were to do that, then I would just want to do it off stream instead of streaming it. But then there's always the situation where it's like, oh, but if something goes wrong and while I'm grinding I lose a Pokemon or something like that, and that happens off stream, then nobody's there to see it, you know. So like,
Yeah,
I do that to
I did
yeah.
a Nuzlocke with a friend a while back, and the rule that we had for ourselves was it was the level limit rule, which is a pretty conventional one for Nuzlocks, where you can't have your
Mhm.
Pokemon be a higher level than the highest level of the next gym
Yes,
leader.
the gym leader's ace, and that is also a rule that I like to kind of go by. So, it's kind of like because using the rare candies for me, it helps with the grinding aspect of things. But then also,
Yeah,
I
you
don't
can't
wanna
do too
like. It's
far.
not fun for me to. Yeah, it's not fun for me to be too over leveled because then you lose a lot of the challenge.
Yeah,
So I use that rule as well. Like it
yeah,
kind of goes hand in hand with the rare
mm-hmm,
candies. Like the
exactly.
way I do it is I only use rare candies right before the gym leader. So even when I'm fighting gym trainers, I don't use it. I always use it right before the gym leader, and I only use it to level everybody up to the gym leader's ace Pokemon, or like just in between
Yeah,
like their ace and like their usual Pokemon and stuff. Because I just think that's more fun for me, and I think that's
yeah,
that's something really important to like keep in mind. Is like play Pokemon, play any game, Nuzlocke, whatever. Like just play it the way like is fun for you. Like you don't feel like you need to be restricted by anything. And a lot
yeah.
of like Nuzlockers will tell you the same, to just like just do what's fun for you. Just make your own rules, have fun with it. You know, if you're playing something and you're like, "Oh, I don't like this rule anymore." Don't feel like you need to stick to that. Just take it away and replace it, or you know,
Yeah,
it's
and
not
that's
like
where the
that's the
creativity
beauty
comes
of
in.
it, I think.
That
Yeah,
you know,
that's the beauty
a
of it, is that you
Nuzlocke
can just
started
do
off
whatever you want.
very simple. It was like basically just the 4 or 5 rules of first Pokemon per level. Everything has to be nicknamed. If it dies, it has to be released, boxed forever, whatever.
Mhm.
And that was basically it. That it wasn't until later down the line that folks started thinking, oh, maybe rare candying or the level limit, that wasn't a thing. That in early Nuzlocks, it just became,
Yeah.
all right, you grind forever, and that was one of the ways that you could do it. But especially as it became something for content creators that folks really started to get into, that they realized, like you said, watching folks grind in the grass for hours on end is not fun content, and it's not fun for the streamer either. And
Mhm.
I think that the rare candy and the level limit rules uh, just came very naturally. That pun half intended, they evolved very naturally from the content itself, and I think that's one of the really cool things. And over time, we still see these different challenge modes. That now Nuzlocking is a thing in Dark Souls, and that you have that community making up all their own different rules and figuring out, all right, what's the most challenging but also cool, fun, and quirky way to play through this game. And it's something that I just really enjoy seeing as a viewer.
Yep. It's like even with like the basic rules, like like the staple rule of the Nuzlocke is the fact that if your Pokemon faints, you can't use it anymore, right? Like
Yeah.
that is the most well-known rule. Even with that, like you have people who have like revive clauses, and you have people that like have like rules where they're like, "Oh, I can like choose one Pokemon to revive," or some people will give their Pokemon lives, like they have 3 lives or they have 2 lives. So if they
Hmm.
faint twice or faint thrice, like they can't be used anymore. So it's like, the fact that it's so customizable to your own taste is what I really like about it. And I like that the Pokemon community is like so creative, and that they come up with all this stuff, and you see like new twists made to the games all the time being played. That's just what I love about it, that there's like just so much you can do with the games. It's not just like you don't have to just play through it vanilla. Obviously you can if that's what you prefer, but the fact that there's all these options for you to just make it more challenging and more fun for yourself is just that's like what really drew me in at first. That's what I love about playing Pokemon on stream.
Yeah. Is this your first Nuzlocke on stream, or have you done others? I honestly can't remember.
I've finished the Pokemon Black randomizer Nuzlocke. That was the first one I did on my channel. That's like as soon as I debuted, I remember when I was making my first schedule, I was talking to my managers and I was like, I want to do Pokemon. And they were like, okay. So like it's just and I've just been doing it ever since. I just kind of have evolved into a Pokemon channel, which is completely fine with me. I mean, I obviously have a lot of variety and stuff sprinkled in there, but I like to have at least one Pokemon stream a week because it is something I'm so passionate about, something I love so much. But the Black Randomizer Nuzlocke, it's just on its own took like a few months to just
Yeah,
finish,
they
and
can
now
take a
I'm on
while
full
if you're only
silver.
doing
Yeah.
it for once a week. If it's not, every single day that you're going at it, that Pokemon games are pretty lengthy, especially if you're doing some of the post game content. That it can take a while, but
Yeah.
uh, that's part of the fun of it. It gives you something consistent to look forward to, and especially for the folks who tune in week in and week out, that continuous storyline of just seeing how the team literally and figuratively evolves.
Mhm. Mm.
What was your
And
first Pokemon game?
my first Pokemon game. Honestly, I wasn't like I mean, I've been playing like I've known about Pokemon since I was like really young. Like I watched like I grew up watching the anime, but the game itself like isn't really something like I didn't even know Pokemon had games until excuse me. Until Diamond and Pearl came out, Gen 4.
Mm.
I remember a bunch of my friends had Nintendo DSs, the 2DS, and I would just be like, "What is that?" And that was like the first time I found out like what game consoles were, because up until then I didn't even know what game consoles were. Like I knew there were computer games, and that was it. Like I didn't know about PlayStations or Xboxes or Nintendo. Like I didn't know about game consoles at all. So that's like Pokemon was the gateway to me finding out about console games, because then I saw a few
Ah.
of my friends playing it and I was like, whoa, I want this. So I went to my parents and I begged them and begged them and begged them for a 2DS. And then they were like, oh, okay, you can get one as a birthday present. So I got my very first 2DS. It was a pink one as a birthday present, and my very first DS game and my very first console game of all time was Pokemon Diamond. So I actually got into the games like a little bit later, because I know a lot of people like played it from when they were really really young, but I actually got into it a little bit later. But ever since then I was hooked. Like ever since I played Pokemon Diamond, whenever a new Pokemon game came out, I got it immediately. I've played all the Pokemon games, and I went back and I played the older ones too. um, I think the only Pokemon games I haven't actually played are the original Red and Blue, Red, Blue,
Mm.
Yellow, I believe, and the original Gold and Silver, because I just played the remakes. I played Leaf Green and then I played
Okay,
Soul
yeah,
Silver.
so you still got the basic experience, and to be
Yeah, I
frank,
played the
at that point, it's gonna
generations,
be
but
a cleaner experience because there were obviously, for their time, Pokemon Red, Blue, Yellow, and Gold and Silver were really, really good. But
mhm,
in retrospect, there were certain balancing issues. There were certain things that a lot of people talk about, like the level curve in Gold and Silver, the fact that Psychic is extremely overpowered in
mhm,
Red, Blue, Yellow, and that in the remakes that they've tinkered around and done a bit more balancing and honestly a bit more just fleshing out of the world, that there is literally
yeah,
more content there
mhm,
and that they've added more detail. And uh, I think it's a very different experience to be sure, but frankly, you're getting the better one. That it might be fun one time to go back and sort of see it almost, for historical perspective. But I
right.
think that you can very definitively say that you have played every generation of Pokemon,
Yeah, I don't
even if
think
it's a
I don't
remake.
think I'm missing anything by not playing
No.
the OGs. I think playing the remakes. Obviously, like the OGs are good in their own way. They're very nostalgic and a lot of people love them for good reason.
Yeah. But
But
at the same time, if you don't have
yeah,
that
like
nostalgia personally,
mhm.
it's not going to hit the
Yeah,
same for
it
you.
doesn't really do much for me. Like I have a perfectly fun time playing the remakes. For me, the nostalgia, like playing Soul Silver is nostalgic for me as opposed to just playing OG Silver. But yeah, I have played through every generation ever since Gen 4. I played all the games. Anytime a new game comes out, I am immediately on it. I am super hyped for Scarlet and Violet, which
Did you see
is
that
ooh,
they announced earlier this morning that there will be a Pokemon Presents tomorrow morning?
yes, I did see that.
Yeah, I'm excited that I've played Pokemon since Gen 1 that my it's actually funny now that I think about it, we do have a bit of a parallel that well, I am boomer. My first console and my first game was Pokemon Yellow on Game Boy Color.
Mm,
And I had played bits and pieces of Blue and Red on friends' Game Boys, but Yellow was the first one I had, and I've played every generation since. I'm very much looking forward to Scarlet Violet as well. Um, but actually, just thinking about both of our introduction, I suppose not necessarily introduction to gaming, but the first consoles and games that we actually owned were Pokemon and handhelds.
mm.
But yeah, for Scarlet Violet, they have news coming out, and I always enter into every new Pokemon generation with just it's more Pokemon, and the fact that it's still going after almost 30 years at this point, which is preposterous, is
Oh
just
yeah.
that everything to me at this point is gravy. That uh, are there things that I hope to see in the game? Certainly. Are there things that I want? Are there things that will get me more excited than other announcements? Yes, but I always enter in this with really zero expectations of I have a baseline confidence in the Pokemon company to make at least a fun game. Some generations have been better than others. I'll be the first to admit that. But at the same time, y- I think some of the fandom grumbles a little too much about the things they don't like, and I'm just happy that we still get more Pokemon every couple of years.
Yeah, that's kind of how I look at it too. So I always call myself like number one Pokemon apologist because
Yeah.
Pokemon can never do wrong for me. I know a lot of people cuz for me I'm not too picky with games in general. Like I'm not really a critic. Like if the game is fun and I enjoy it, that's all that matters to me.
Yep.
And Pokemon is always going to be something fun for me to play. Like obviously there are games that are like I love a lot more. When it comes to Pokemon, my favorite game, and I am also currently playing this one on my channel, is Mystery Dungeon, which is a side franchise. It's not
Ooh,
it's not a main
yeah.
franchise, but Mystery Dungeon Explorers of Sky is especially like that one specific game is one of my favorites of all times because I think the story is fantastic. And when it comes to things like story, I think Black and White Gen 5 to me still has probably one of the
Easily.
best storylines
Yeah.
in
Hmm.
all the Pokemon games. So it is my favorite. And when I know a lot of people were really disappointed about the Gen 4 remakes, with good reason. They all have very good and valid criticisms. But for me, it was just like I just had fun playing it. That's all I cared about. Also, I think another one that a lot of people don't really enjoy as much and have a lot of criticisms about is Let's Go Eevee and Let's Go Pikachu.
Oh, I never
Because
even saw those as mainline games. Those are
yeah, I mean they're very very easy, but like that's kind of the point, right? It was
yeah.
meant to be an easy game and I still had a lot of fun playing it. So honestly, like it's not cuz I'm not really somebody that like wants something to be super super hard anyways. I'm not like a hardcore gamer where like something has to be super challenging for it to be fun for me. I'm somebody that more enjoys the story and just enjoys the fact that I can play a Pokemon game. So Pokemon, like they can never mess up for me. Like any Pokemon game, chances are I'm gonna enjoy it just because I love Pokemon so much, and that's how I feel about a lot of franchises. Um, but I will say, it's a little silly to me. This might be a little bit of a hot take, but it is a little silly to me. Like when people I think what we call them Gen 1ers, people who are like
Mm,
very, very dedicated to OG Pokemon, just want to trash on every single new Pokemon that's released. And it's like, you don't have to like it. Like, obviously, everybody's allowed to have their own opinion, they're entitled to their own opinion. But I think it becomes a problem when they start to kind of like try to bash other people's fun. So,
yeah. And I
because,
feel like it's not even as much Gen 1 specifically anymore. The Gen 1er term has sort of become the, you know, Pokemon boomer uh, analogy or synonym, as
mm,
it were. Um, and it's just, there's a lot of folks that are very quick to grumble of, oh, things have gone downhill, or it was better in my day, regardless of if their day was, Gen 1, Gen
Yeah,
4.
back in my day.
Yeah.
But it's perfectly acceptable and perfectly valid to have to prefer the older Pokemon designs. Like that is perfectly
Absolutely.
acceptable. But I just think, and this isn't just Pokemon. I think this has to do with every game. I think it's okay to have your own criticisms and your own opinions, right? Like that's completely fine. But I think as long as you're not ruining anybody else's fun, it's not a big deal. But the problem comes when you're trying to kind of just put a damper on people's excitement. Like whenever I see people complain about the new designs being like, oh my god, it's just a dog, that is literally just a dog, I'm like, are we gonna
Gen
forget
1, we
about
had
you literally had a Pokeball and Pokeball but upside down, and then you had Snake but backwards?
you had a pile of sludge.
Yeah, come on. There's only so much Pokemon can do, and the fact that they have over 900 Pokemon and they're still coming up with new designs.
I think we're gonna cross the 1,000 mark now, actually.
Yeah,
I'm sure
they're
this is
still
gonna
coming
happen.
up with new designs, and we're almost at 1,000. They're still coming up with new designs. Like that's crazy to me. That's crazy. Like it's so impressive, the fact that they can still come out with these new designs, and each Pokemon still looks different from the other one, right? Like you don't
Yeah.
I mean, there is the meme that there's a Pikachu in every generation, and okay, to be
Well,
fair, there kind of is, but they
yeah,
don't
but
all look
that's
like Pikachu, they're just the signature electric type little
yeah.
rodent
And
in every
if
game.
of
But
every batch of 100 plus new Pokemon, you want to put one cute electric rodent just to keep the thing going. Sure, fine.
yeah, it's
I'm
a theme at
okay.
this point.
Yeah, I'm totally fine allocating 1 or 2 slots for the electric rodent of the gen. That's okay.
Mm-hmm. And I think especially when they when X and Y when they kind of started doing the mega evolutions and ways to kind of make battles a little bit more interesting, because we had mega evolutions, and then we had Z moves, and then we had Dynamaxing, and
Yep.
it's all of it. I know there's some people that are like, oh my goodness, the Pokemon just gets big. That's not that interesting. But I'm like, well, I mean, I still think it's, I don't know, and this is again just me being a shameless Pokemon apologist and liking everything they do, but I just think it's impressive that even with all the games that are coming out, Nintendo finds a way to just add new stuff and just add new content and just create these new designs. That's what I like so much about Pokemon, is it doesn't feel the fact that it's still going so strong and it doesn't feel like it's ever going to stop.
Yeah.
It just makes me I see Pokemon staying relevant for years and years and
Oh yeah,
years to
we are
come.
way past the point of, is Pokemon a fad? That's one of those things that, I get to say I was around for Gen 1, and I was there for the questions of, oh, it's a fad, it's gonna be gone in 3 to 5 years, and nobody can deny at this point that Pokemon is literally the highest grossing multimedia franchise in the world.
Oh,
It
absolutely.
is higher grossing than Star Wars. It is higher grossing than Disney princesses, and not by a small margin. That I was actually checking on Wikipedia the other day, that I think that Pokemon's multimedia gross, so that goes from merchandise, games, movies, everything, I think it was $118 billion. Second place, funny enough, is Hello Kitty with about...
Hello Kitty.
Yeah.
Oh, I
And
would have never guessed that
I
Hello
wouldn't
Kitty was
have
second
either,
place.
but it does really well. But it's in second place with $80 billion. So that's almost $30 billion of a difference between first and second place. That
Yeah.
is how much Pokemon has made, and most of it's in the merchandise, actually. And, merchandising, where the real money from the movie is made.
I mean, yeah, honestly though, the Hello Kitty thing, the fact that it's in second place, hearing it, it makes sense, but I would have never guessed it.
Yeah, like SG Bun says, it's so big in Japan.
Yeah. I'm not surprised. I'm surprised in the sense that I literally, if somebody was like, "Oh, what do you think is number 2 after Pokemon?" I probably would have guessed Disney. But so
Yeah.
the fact that like I would have never guessed Hello Kitty, but like it makes sense though that it's in second place. Like
Yeah.
that's not strange to me.
Do you have a favorite Pokemon that I know at this point that can be a very difficult question, but do you?
Oh boy. I don't necessarily tell like I don't have like a favorite Pokemon in the sense that I have one Pokemon that I like more than all the others. I have like a group of favorites and they're all like kind of all tied for first place in my heart.
Mhm.
So a big one would probably be Mimikyu. I remember when Mimikyu was first released, I
Mm.
fell in love. I thought it was really creative to like have a Pokemon with Mimikyu's story. I thought it was so cute. Sylveon is another one. Like if we're talking favorite types, fairy types are my favorite typing by far. But like Sylveon is definitely up there. I love a lot of fairy type Pokemon. Ribombee is another one. I also really like Wooper. I think Wooper is super
Yeah.
cute. I like Flygon. Flygon was like one of my favorites when I was younger. Because I specifically remember watching the Jirachi movie.
I
'Cause
remember that
I'm also
one.
I'm also a really big fan of the Pokemon movies too, and the anime. I love everything about Pokemon, and I think like when it comes to the movies up until the end of Gen 4, I think the movies were all like super fantastic, and then they got kind of like it was very clear that the movies like started to get like not quite as good. Like I still enjoyed them, but not as much as the earlier movies. And now Pokemon movies are getting really, really fantastic again, which I'm really happy about.
Ooh, I'm
But
glad to hear that because I
yeah,
fell off the movies at around the same time that the last ones I remember actively looking forward to the release of was actually I think Gen 4 as well because there was the trilogy of movies. There was
yes,
Dialga versus Palkia versus Darkrai, which is up there for
yes.
me of
Oh,
one of the
Rise
best
of
ones.
Darkrai is
Rise of
one of my
Darkrai is so
favorites,
good.
absolutely. And then it was Giratina, and then it was Arceus. I liked that it was like they were all connected with each other.
Hmm.
But after the Arceus one is when it kind of started to fall off. I did watch all the new movies when they came out, but I don't remember them that much because I just don't remember them having as big of an impact on me. But recently, like the more recent ones, like Power of Us, Secrets of the Jungle, I think is the most recent Pokemon movie that came out. Secrets of the Jungle was so fantastic and really well done, and
I'm
the
gonna have to
story.
watch that one. That I
Oh, I would highly recommend it because I think the reason why the later Pokemon movies kind of started to fall off for a lot of people is because a lot of Pokemon fans are older now.
yeah no,
And
that just we're not the target demographic anymore.
yeah, and they were very much geared towards children. But Secrets of the Jungle explores a lot more mature topics. It explores topics like obviously you have your villains like in every movie, but it
Of course.
explores like deforestation and explores topics of like just like the environment, things like that. I just thought it was a much more mature it had a much more mature tone as opposed to the other movies, which is why
Mm.
I thought it was so good. And I know like a lot of people, I mean, Detective Pikachu isn't animated, but that was also a pretty good movie. I just
I
think the more
got
recent movies are
choked up during the
very good.
opening sequence of Detective Pikachu when they were just showing like the sweeping landscapes and like the Pokemon in natural habitats. I
Beautiful,
got choked up. There
beautiful.
was the type of thing,
Yeah.
we dreamed as kids of, what if Pokemon was real or seeing a live
Yeah,
action Pokemon
yeah.
movie. And for the longest time,
Mhm.
it felt like an absurd notion because there's no way that you can make this look good. We just sort of accepted because of technology limitations at the time that it wasn't going to be a thing that would happen. And even
Oh
when
yeah.
Detective Pikachu was announced, we were all a little bit skittish because it's still
A little
tough,
skeptical, yeah.
but
But
just
they did a really
they
good
did it
job with
really
it. It was
well.
fantastic. And I think that's why so many people liked it, is like you said, like even now, I still have thoughts of like, oh my god, I wish Pokemon were real. Imagine if Pokemon were real. You could like ride a Charizard to school. You could like fly in the skies without being in an airplane. You could swim across the ocean on the back of a Lapras. Like all this stuff, like I think about, and seeing it kind of come to life through the movie was it was beautiful. I thought it was really, really well done. Um, but yeah, going back on the Jirachi movie, there is a scene in the Jirachi movie specifically when Ash is riding on a Flygon.
Hmm.
And I saw that and I
Yeah.
was like, that I like that one. I like that dragon, and that kind of stuck with me. So Flygon is still holding strong in my top list of favorites. There's also Grovyle. Grovyle is a Pokemon I really like. Not necessarily like Grovyle's a little bit different because when it comes to other Pokemon, I like them specifically because I like how they look. It's not necessarily like their I don't care that much about their I guess what like how useful they are in a battle or how good they are or how meta they are. It's just purely based off the fact that I think they're cute or I like what they look like. But Grovile's a little bit different in that I won't spoil it because I have a lot of people, a lot of my succubuds who are watching me play Mystery Dungeon Explorers of Sky actually don't know what the ending is like.
Ooh.
So I don't want to spoil that since I am still playing it. But Grovile plays a very big role in that game, and it was very impactful to me, and I love Grovile a lot for that reason. It's
Hmm.
because of like the characters that Grovile as a Pokemon plays throughout some of the games, and in the anime I thought Ash's Grovile was really cool. So
Yeah. The Mystery Dungeon games, just by virtue of how they function and how the stories are told, are able to go into so much more depth of story than the mainline
mhm.
games. And I know a lot of people really hold that franchise or that sort of side series near and dear because they're able to do that. And because you're absolutely correct, I played it was Mystery Dungeon Blue because the first one was red on the Game Boy Advance, blue on the DS, and then it was there was Explorers of Sky, and there were a couple others. And it's been a
Mm.
while since we got an entry in that series, and I'm hoping that they'll eventually revisit it. They did a port, if memory serves, for one of the older ones to Switch, so they're at least still aware of it over at the Pokemon Company.
Yeah. There is a Switch game for I think it's the Super Mystery Dungeon, something like that. There
Yeah.
is a Switch game for Mystery Dungeon, but I'm like eagerly awaiting. I don't know if any Mystery Dungeon game will ever top Explorers of Sky, but I am keeping my hopes up. It's kind of like how I don't ever think there's gonna be a main franchise game that beats the story for Black and White for me.
Mhm.
But fingers crossed, maybe they'll come up with something really
Yep.
great.
Yeah, that for me, my favorite Pokemon, and it has been for some time, is Metagross. It just has the whole package for me that I've always enjoyed psychic types and steel types in general, and mash them together. And then it's this supercomputer
Mhm.
tank that is also really good in battle. That it just hit all the points for me. And other than that, I don't really have too many ones that I as you may have heard, I do like Mudkips, and
Mm.
I am also have become a fan of Wooper. I feel like Wooper in general has just become a general fan favorite. That it,
So
it's
cute.
so cute. It's just
He's just like
one Whoopie
he's just a
boy,
little blob, like a little goofy whoopy boy.
and we're getting a new version of the Whoopie boy.
I know, I love his new version. It's so cute.
Yeah, that
New
those
Wooper.
for those who might not have seen that, it was announced a month or two ago in one of the updates for Scarlet Violet that there's going to be, I think it's a poison type. It might be ground poison
It's a
for
poison
Wooper.
type, yeah. It's
Just pure poison, yeah.
mhm. And yeah, it's actually Wooper is like kind of beloved in my community too because so one of my mods, Damper, his profile picture was of an axolotl for a really long time.
Mm.
Like we all call him, he's our axolotl buddy. He's the axolotl mod. So anytime I'm playing Pokemon and we see like a Wooper or a Quagsire, it's like, oh, that's Damper.
Yep, yeah. Mad Cat in the chat says Damper Love based.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so definitely looking forward to those, and it'll be interesting to see what the announcement is tomorrow because uh, for the past couple generations, this has been the Pokemon Company's MO really for their new generations. It's just a drip feed of stuff leading up to the release, and that we've seen what this generation's new mechanic will be. I'm blanking on the name of it, but basically the Pokemon turns into sort of like this gem form, and that it gets alternate typing, which is very different because that's something that hasn't happened as much. We've had some type augmentation with megas. We didn't have anything like that. No, wait, did we have type augmentation with Dynamax? I forget. I don't think we
I
did.
don't think there was type augmentation. They just had different forms. Like
Yeah,
there was Gigantamaxing, but their
yeah.
types didn't change.
But that for this one, that it seems that most things are going to have some sort of type augmentation. So that's going to be really interesting. I don't as a player, I am a very casual Pokemon player that I'll play through and go through all the story and usually all the post game. I never do
Mhm.
any competitive battling, but I like keeping up with the competitive scene and just I'll usually tune in for Worlds every year. I'm not likely to tune in for, a bunch of the regional tournaments or anything, but I think it's always fun to see the highest of the high level players going at it. And
I'm kind of yeah, I'm kind of in the same boat. I consider myself a more casual player, but I keep up with like competitive content too. So one of my favorite Pokemon YouTubers is actually Wolfie VGC, who
yeah,
was
Wolf.
who was a champion, yeah. And I watch a lot of his videos. I like learning about the competitive scene, but I don't really have any experience actually doing competitive battling. I just it's just something I like to keep up with. But I
Yeah.
am also definitely more of a casual Pokemon player. I just play through the story, and then like I'll if I go back to it after finishing the post game, it's pretty much just to like shiny hunt and just do stuff like that. I'll battle friends sometimes, but that's pretty much it. But I do like to keep up with the scene a little bit, the competitive scene.
Yeah, it's definitely it's the type of thing that you don't need to have the high level competitive knowledge to follow high level competitive play in action. That, you know, as long as you can remember your basic typings, and if you've played through the game, you've probably at least encountered most items in your bag, even if it's not something that you put on your Pokemon all the time, that you'll
Mm-hmm.
probably have that memory of, oh, yeah, I remember seeing weakness policy, and that was a really weird thing. I wonder how it could be used, or oh yeah, I know what a normal gem is and stuff like that. And that fortunately, mechanically, there is not a large leap from casual to competitive play, and that makes it very approachable as a viewer.
Mm.
I do also find it funny that of all the ones that you follow is Wolf, because that is actually one of the few that I do keep up with his videos. Really good content creator. Memory serves, actually, he had a video a couple weeks ago. I haven't seen it, but arguing that Dynamax was actually the best competitive generational gimmick. So I'm gonna actually have to go back and watch that after discussing it here because, like I said, very similarly. We seem to share that interest of the the competitive awareness, even if we're not competing ourselves.
Mhm. Mhm.
Is there anything in particular that if you were working on the next Pokemon game that, as we've said, we're not the super demanding type of fans, but at the same time, we all
Mhm.
have things that we hope for, things that we want, and things that we'd be particularly excited to see. If you were able to be in the ears of the developers, what would you want in Scarlet and Violet?
I think this is something a lot of people are also kind of hoping for, but like when we got one with the release of the fairy type, but I would love to see another new evolution. I would love
Mm.
to see that. I see so much like really cool concept arts and fan arts of like cool new evolutions. Like I always love, I think one of the most unique ones that people come up with. I really love seeing ghost type evolutions. I saw a really
Mm.
cool concept for a steel type evolution. Um I think like I know there's a lot of evolutions already, but I think the concept, because I love the concept of Eevee itself, the fact that its genetic makeup is so unstable that it has all these different like paths it can go down. And I know I might be asking a little too much, Nintendo, asking for another new evolution, but I would just love to see it. Like if you're gonna make like they're making like a bunch of new forms and stuff for already existing Pokemon. I think that's great. And all the new Pokemon they're making is like super cute, and they have some like really awesome designs, but I'm just on my knees. Like I just want a ghost type evolution so bad. I think it'd be so cool to
Yeah,
use and like
because it's been a couple generations. That the last one we
it
had was
has.
Sylveon, and
Yep.
I don't remember if they closed the door like definitively, but I do remember them saying that we're not doing any more evolutions for now, and just sort of uh, getting people ready for at least the initial heartbreak that in the following generation there was not going to be another evolution. But I I feel like eventually they have to go back to that. Well, I
Yeah,
don't
I'm
know
like I'm
when,
like you
but
guys you guys wouldn't just stop completely. I mean, imagine the hype they would get if they
oh yeah,
released another new
And
evolution.
especially the the absence makes the heart grow fonder. That now having been a couple generations without a new evolution, that it would be like you said, that whole new hype thing of, all right, yes, we are actually getting a new one. And I don't think it's
Mm.
unreasonable to hope and think, all right, maybe we will get a few more. And we're not expecting, I don't think we will ever have a case where every single type is covered because that's
No,
just
there's just
too
so
many at this
many.
point. Because even
Um,
now, there's only like 10, I think, of like 18 or 19 types. So it would take a while to get all of them. But I'm hoping that we will eventually get one or two more, even if it takes us a while.
yeah, I'm just like honestly, I'm like I'm on team ghost type evolution all the way. It's like if I just want that. Just that, and I will be happy for the rest of my life. Just give me my ghost. Just give me my ghost evolution, please. Please.
Did you
It's gonna
play
look so cool.
did you play Legends Arceus?
I did.
That it is it has been a while since I lost myself in a game like that. Of just
Oh, it was
the
so
core loop of
good.
it was so solid.
I really liked that they kind of made a game like I like that they changed the core gameplay mechanic for a game before, you know, kind of going back to what we know and love. And I honestly, when they first announced that there was going to be an open world Pokemon game, I was a little nervous about that. I didn't know how it was going to turn out, like what kind of like I didn't I yeah, I didn't I wasn't entirely sure. Oh my god. I'm sorry, excuse me. I wasn't entirely sure how they were going to be able to make that work, but I think they did a really fantastic job. Because even with like the fact that it's so different from what we're used to, they still kept like, you know, it's not like they still kept Pokemon battles. You can see, you know, like the core, the what makes Pokemon Pokemon, they still kept. They just added a bunch of new things. I loved just running around. I loved the kind of MMO aspects to it, the side quests,
Yeah.
just the freedom of having like that kind of open world thing. I thought it was really well done and really well made. I spent hours and hours just lost in Pokemon Arceus when it first came out.
Yeah, I thought that the that was the perfect game to just break all conventions. That you're already
Mhm.
saying, all right, it's going to be open world, and that you can catch Pokemon without having to battle them. That inherently makes it different from your normal Pokemon game, and that it was very much focused on the catching and the fighting against the wild Pokemon more so than trainers. That you had trainer battles, but it was, the whole concept of this is before the concept of being a Pokemon trainer was a widespread thing, and that they
Mhm.
really explored that early world. And all right, with limited technology, what are we going to do? How are people going to react to Pokemon? And the fact that there was such hostility toward Pokemon and people who had Pokemon, working with them. And I thought that was a really interesting take. And the fact that you were able to sort of bake in the nostalgia of the Hoenn region, just, rewinding the clocks, showing that you're building the big metropolis of Jubilife City, and that you're there just laying the literal foundation of what becomes the biggest town in that region, and then also all the lore. So I just I enjoyed that so much, and I hope they go back to that. That give me Legends Mew in Old Kanto, give me Legends Celebi in Old Johto, give me Legends Jirachi in
Mm.
Hoenn. That I think that there's absolutely more that they can do there. Just going back to all the things that they have in these different regions, and whether it's the same type of setup here or something that they iterate a bit more on, that I would just love to see more games with that system, but it's not a system I expect to ever be integrated into the mainline games.
Yeah, I would even love to see like they don't even have to go back to doing like the past rhetoric, like just seeing like something similar to Legends Arceus but in the modern Pokemon world I think would be really cool.
That could
Like
be cool too,
um
yeah.
yeah, like setting up like instead of it being like cuz I know it's probably easiest to do like a nature based like open world kind of thing, but I think having an open world like having an open world game with like cities and like more platforms that you can like climb on top of, and like being able to catch city Pokemon, find Pokemon in very specific areas in the city, like being able to enter buildings and like, you know, more things like that, and have more quests where like it's related to like something that I actually really liked about Legends Arceus is the fact that you could like have access to climbing all these mountains and flying in the sky and seeing the entire vast world in front of you. I think having that with like a modern world would be really really cool. But then like also like having so something like I've mentioned in chat before is one of my favorite games is actually Persona 5. And
Mm,
I really one of my favorite aspects of Persona 5 is the like kind of parkouring around, um like as a phantom thief, climbing on top of vents and like
yeah, the fact that you
on
have
top
to
of
avoid being
lights,
seen,
and
that
yeah,
there's
be
a lot of
avoid being
similarities
seen.
there. Yeah.
Yeah, that kind of thing. Like I understand that that's very difficult to make and like pull off, but I think like having side quests or like you know, just like like a situation kind of like that in an open world Pokemon game where you kind of have to like parkour through areas, or you have to like do some platforming, or you have to like, you know, avoid being seen, little like puzzles and things like that, I think would be super cool.
Yeah. The game that I know we will
Mm.
never get from Pokemon, but I still want, and, I
Yeah,
have
I'm
my
still
dream.
praying. I'm like,
No,
it's my dream. Like, if it
no, no,
would
no, it's
happen, it
it's
could
a different type.
happen.
The
Oh,
Pokemon game that I want that I know we will never get is one where
uh-huh.
you can be Team Rocket.
Oh! I don't know if you've heard of it, but there's a fan-made
I
Pokemon
have heard
game
of
where
that
you can
one.
play
Yeah.
as, yeah. I mean, it's not official, but I have heard really good things about it, but I
Mm,
think that would be really cool. Obviously, the whole point of Pokemon is that you're supposed to be the trainer, and like, you know, I don't think Nintendo will ever give
then
us a
they're
game
not
where we get
gonna
to be the bad
the bad guy,
guys,
no.
but yeah, that would be really cool.
Okay, the justification is that you are an undercover agent, so you're working for the forces of good, but in order to get to the forces of good and to, see justice done, that you need to infiltrate Team Rocket,
Infiltrate,
and you need
yes!
to
That
work your
would
way
be
up
so
the ranks to get
cool!
access to Giovanni, gain his trust, and in doing so, you have to do immoral things, that you have to commit these crimes, but it's all in the name of justice at the
Right.
end, and there's your justification. So, come on, Pokemon Company, come on, Nintendo,
Just hire me, I'll write out the story. I can already see it unfolding in my head.
But yes, we could go on for Pokemon forever, I get the feeling, and honestly,
Mhm. Oh, yes, I could talk
we
about
could go for,
Pokemon for
but
hours.
I will pry us away from that. And you mentioned Persona 5, actually, which I
I
think is
did! Mhm.
a game that, like you mentioned, it has that sort of parkour element. And I never actually thought of it in those terms in relation to Legends Arceus. But it's
Mm.
really interesting because now that you mentioned, I'm just going through it in my head. It's like, wow, that actually does fit really well.
That would be
And
so cool, right?
uh, and I know Persona 5 is a big one for you. I don't know, had you played other Persona games before 5?
Actually, no. So, the way I found out about Persona 5 is I had a friend who was a huge, just like Persona, like fanatic, in general, and she was super, super hype about Persona 5 coming out, and you know, she just talked about it a lot, but it wasn't really something I was super interested in. Also because I didn't really have a PlayStation at that time, so I was like, wow, there's no point in getting excited about it because I can't play it, even if it does come out. But then around a year after it was released, I got my first PlayStation. I got a PS4, and the first game I bought was Persona 5 because it was the only like PlayStation game I had really heard a lot about. And I played through it. I sat in one spot and played it. The first time I turned it on, I played it nonstop for like 14 hours. I just sat and just played it for like 14 hours. I got up occasionally to use the bathroom and get food, and then I went back to playing
Yeah,
Persona
that
5.
my first session with it didn't go that long, but it probably went 6, 8 hours. That is a game that engrosses you from the start,
Oh
and
yeah, and
it's
I
something
I
that
loved it
it's
so much. I think the story was fantastic. I played through the entire game in like maybe 3 days because I was literally just playing it nonstop. If I had like responsibilities I had to do, like if I had, you know, adult things I had to do, I would do it and then I would go right back to playing Persona 5. And I played through that entire game, fell in love with the characters, fell in love with how beautiful it was, like just the graphics too. So well done, so well made. Story is fantastic. I loved the fighting aspect in Persona 2 because it is similar to Pokemon. in
Yeah.
that it's a turn-based kind of strategy game. So I thought it was I just it stuck with me immediately, and I fell in love with that game. And now I don't really call myself a Persona fan per se. I call myself a Persona 5 fan because I haven't played any of the Persona games, but I have heard really good things about Persona. I heard I think I heard the story in Persona 4 was really really good, and then I heard a lot of people tell me that Persona 3 is like the best Persona game. I had a lot of friends be like, if Persona 5 is your favorite game, it's because you haven't played Persona 3. And I was like, oh.
It,
So I was
once
like,
again,
well,
we end up having surprisingly parallel game journeys. That 5 was my first and so far only Persona game as well, and I also have a bunch of friends who swear by the franchise at large, and I have a good friend who has a Persona tattoo. I think that
mhm.
one's from 3, but again, I've heard just amazing things about 3 and 4. You don't hear as much about 1 and 2, but I sort of assume that's similar to Pokemon of, it's the earlier iterations when the systems might not have been as refined, or that the technology at the time simply might not have allowed for the type of deep story and gameplay that we can have nowadays. But 5 was certainly, it is up there for me, in, I would say it's in my top 10 games of all time.
Oh
And
yeah, it was
it's one
awesome.
that it hits so hard from the start. And it's the type of thing, by the time you get to the end of the game, the beginning of the game feels like a lifetime ago,
Yeah, it feels
because
like it was
there's
so far away.
so
There's
much
so
that
much content.
happens.
Yeah, so much content, so much to do. And the I remember I will never forget the feeling of playing Persona 5 for the first time and experiencing that ending for the first time.
Yeah.
The hype you feel during the final boss fight is just it's incomparable.
Hmm.
Um and it was actually really hard for me because I was actually playing through it, like I finished it in the middle of the night. Everybody was asleep. And I am just sitting on the couch playing Persona 5, and I wanted to scream and yell so bad because I was getting so hype, but I couldn't
Yeah, and
because
just that you have the opening opening couple of days where you don't know a lot of what's going on. That there's, you have this backstory that you're starting to work through. You have an amount of amnesia, and it's also, to be fair, a very technical game. There's a lot of systems you have to get introduced to. And when I first
Mhm,
played it, I used a guide for the social links. So
mm,
the for me as a player, I very rarely replay games that I have finished. And
mhm,
I know that you can do New Game Plus with Persona, but I wanted to, if at all possible, just get through all the different social parts without having to then trudge through what I knew was going to be a 50, 80-hour game. I didn't want to have to go through all of that just to pick up, I don't know, a half dozen or a dozen social scenes. I did not use any guides for the combat, for the palaces, anything like that. But when it came to the downtime of just scheduling, okay, what do I need to do to get my stats to be there? That uh, it was important to me to get those stories, so I used it there. And for me as a player, it wound up being the absolute correct move. That it it let me get everything, and I enjoyed being able to have that experience with all the different characters. But one thing that really sticks out to me, and I'm not going to go into explicit spoilers here, but I will
mhm.
say that there is a a thing that happens not to the main character, but to one of their classmates, that in the build up of the first palace, that is very dark.
Oh, yes.
Um
Yes,
that
very
it
dark.
and it's sort of at that moment that I had that record scratch stop sound in my head of, oh, this isn't just a happy-go-lucky anime
Mm-mm,
fighty beat 'em
nope,
up game. We're getting real
no.
here. We're getting
Mhm.
very real here.
Yeah. And I actually had kind of the opposite experience playing through Persona 5 for the first time. So the reason why I was able to finish it so quickly is because I just zoomed. I just zoomed through it. And then so I zoomed through it, I finished it really quickly, but then I was like, "Oh, I didn't really like max out the confidence that I wanted to, like confidence that I wanted to. I didn't actually meet a lot of them because I didn't use any guide. I just ran
Mm,
straight into it. I just buzzed through it, which is why. And I've played through Persona 5 probably like 5 times now, easily. Um, because the second time I went through, I started up with New Game Plus, and I because it lets you keep all your like
yeah,
social
all the
stats.
stats.
Yeah, and I just went through and I maxed out everybody that I could. Playing through it again because I actually missed a lot of the like relationship building and stuff. Because basically what I did was I knew going into Persona 5, just looking at the characters, I knew immediately that like Futaba was my favorite. And
Mm,
I fell in love with her playing the game, and I was like, she's the one. So what I really like, the only person I really maxed out was like a couple of the Phantom Thieves and Futaba because I wanted to romance her, and that was pretty much it. But the second time I played through it, I kind of focused less on the actual gameplay, and I focused a lot more on like the relationship between the characters and like their storylines and stuff. And that's how I played it. And then and then I stopped for a little bit after I finished it the second time, and then like a couple months passed, and I was like, I feel like replaying Persona 5. So I just replayed it. I did the entire thing all over again. But that's just me. When I find a game that I really love, is I can play through it multiple times without getting bored. That's kind of like what's fun for me when I play games. This kind of player that I am.
mm. Yeah, that I'm sort of. I will. Knowing that I don't replay games as much, I take games deliberately slow as I play them. That I really
Mm.
try to, do all the side quests, get all the things, knowing that, okay, I'm just aware that for me, when I finish a game, that my motivation to go back from the start is not very high unless it is an extenuating circumstance, and it becomes much less likely if the game is super, super long. So knowing that, I will just take my time and I will, be very thorough in my just searching and my exploration of the world. Because the first time I go through, obviously, it's all brand new and the motivation is very,
Mhm.
very high. And I know for myself as a player, and again, like with Pokemon, there is no right or wrong way to play a game. That you know yourself and you know that you have that motivation to go through. Um, and for me, I was able to just really drink in all of the atmosphere, all the characters, and it's like you said, just so it's so deep, and the characters have so much to them. The writing is absolutely fantastic. So if any of you out there have not
Mm.
played Persona 5, absolutely, find some time. It's going to take you some time because it's a long game.
Very
Boy, is it
long.
worth it.
It's fantastic. Highly recommend. It's one of the I have a couple games that like if people are like, "Hey, like do you have any like game recommendations?" or they ask me about that, I have a couple that I recommend every time. And Persona 5 is definitely one of them because the experience of playing through that game is kind of unlike any other game I've ever really experienced. I cannot think of a game that damaged me more emotionally and also lifted me up so much like Persona 5 did.
Mm,
That game was easily one of the it was it just I so many feelings, so many emotions playing through that one game. And I want everybody to be able to experience it. So, if you want a lot of emotional damage but you also want a lot of really wholesome moments and you want a lot of like motivational, inspiring hype moments, you should play Persona 5. It's great. Also, if you're a big fan of like obviously the story and the gameplay is the biggest part of what draws me to a game, but also the something that's really important for first impressions is the aesthetics of the game, like the visuals of the
hmm
game. Persona 5 is so beautiful. It is such a beautiful game. The colors are so saturated, the character models are fantastic. The way each stage and each palace is laid
The
out is
UI
so
design.
creative. Oh yeah, it fantastic. Like if you're somebody that likes like anime styled games, Persona 5 has to be up there as one of the best.
Yeah, just everything, including the menus, everything you interact with is
Mhm.
in its style, in its world. That is a game that knows what it wants to be and is what it wants to be.
Yes, very successful at doing that. Very successful.
And one thing that Kotaro Bondo mentions that Shin Megami Tensei being the OG, and that's sort of the predecessor series to Persona. I know that SMT fans are eagerly awaiting, I believe, 6 for them, and also for Persona fans that this is a franchise that takes its sweet time between its releases, but obviously, look at the track record, the wait can be worth it. So it could still be a while before we get Persona 6 because Persona 5 came out in 2017, I think. Maybe 2018. It's been a while.
It's been a hot sec.
And it'll probably be a while longer, but it's the type of thing that once it's announced, whenever it comes out, that it's going to be a big frickin' deal.
For sure.
So you already said your favorite character there was Futaba. That for me, that I think my favorite. Gosh, it is tough. That I remember I romanced Makoto.
Oh, Makoto is fantastic. I love all the characters. I love them. I love all the Phantom Thieves so much. But Futaba was just the most relatable for me. Like, when I looked at her, I saw myself so much. The whole, being really bad with crowds, being super antisocial, being, really shy and, having a lot of self-doubt and having a lot of, being kind of a shut-in and not wanting to interact with the outside world, all that stuff. I saw that and I was like, oh, that's me. Because VTubing has actually helped me so much to come out of my shell. But I used to be so much like her that the moment she joins the Phantom Thieves and you get to know her and stuff more, it was just everything about her just drew me, and I was like, oh yep, that's just they took me and they made a character out of it.
I'm completely convinced
I loved her so much.
If Persona 5 was written today, Futaba would be written as a VTuber.
Oh no, yeah, I can absolutely see her being a VTuber. That's how she makes money on. She's a hacker. She's a VTuber. She's a.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
The fact that she's also super cute is very helpful.
For sure.
I love her personality. I just love everything about her. She's my best girl until the day I die. I will be a Futaba stan until the day I die. But all the other girls are fantastic too.
And I know another franchise and somewhat company at large that you really enjoy is Valorant, also Riot Games. And I find it very interesting that this is a pretty significant divergence because one of the things that has been consistent between Pokemon and Persona is, as you mentioned, story and world building and plot is very important to you in a game. And Valorant, I'm not a Valorant player, so I can't speak to it a ton. I know that usually Riot's MO is that they do have a lot of ancillary world building, and that
they do have a lot of lore,
that there's lore, that you can seek it out and you can find it online, and that they do put that effort in creatively, but that it is not integral to the gameplay.
No, not at all.
What drew you then to Valorant?
So before Valorant came out, I've actually been playing League of Legends for a really long time. I started back in 2014, something like that. It's been I think it was 2013 because I think it's been 9 years since I've started playing League, and I only really picked it up because I had friends who were playing League, and they were like, you should play League of Legends, and I was like, oh, are there any cute characters? And they showed me some of the characters, and I was like, oh, he's cute, oh, she's cute, okay, I'll play League and exclusively play these characters. And that's how I started, was just hanging out, playing with friends, and then it just became really fun. League, I didn't think a MOBA like League would be something that I would enjoy, but when I started playing it, it kind of just drew me in. It was just something I mean, if we ignore how toxic the game can be sometimes, the game
if you
itself
have your
is
play group, if you have friends that you're going to be playing on a team with, and you know you're not going to be doing random queues, that's an entirely different experience.
It's super. It was just really fun. I really liked how I guess there's not really a moment to rest when you play those games. When you start up a match, you have to completely focus in, you have to zero in, and that game is all you focus on. And something that I did a lot was, if I had a lot of free time or I was really bored, League was a really good way to just pass the time, because I lost track of time so easily playing League, because I would get so focused in it. And I'm not a good League player by any means, but it was just something that was really fun for me. And I played that for a couple years, and then I dropped it for a few years, and then I started playing it again. And I am still currently playing League, but that was kind of how I got my introduction to Riot as like a game company in general. So then when they were like, we're releasing Valorant, and it was like an FPS, I was like, I have never played FPS games before in my entire life. Valorant actually is my first FPS game that I ever picked up. But I remember seeing it and being like, oh, that looks really cool. But then right around the time when Valorant came out is when I kind of dropped League for a little bit. So I didn't actually start playing Valorant until, I think it's been almost 2 years now since I picked up Valorant, but I've actually picked it up quite a bit after it was originally released, and I just started playing it because I saw some streamers playing it. I saw some VTubers I followed playing it. I saw like, I just saw like content about it a lot, like on YouTube. It would just show up on my timeline because I watched a lot of League content.
Yeah.
And I remember thinking like, oh, that looks really fun, but I was really nervous because I was like, oh, nope, I can't. I don't want to play. Like, I've never played an FPS game before. I was really nervous about it. And then I asked some friends who played Valorant to teach me, and I have just been hooked ever since. But, like Valorant, so one of the main reasons why I like Valorant but I don't play other FPS games is I actually really like the graphics in Valorant.
It is a very pretty game.
Yeah, I like the graphics a lot in Valorant. I like the skin options they have for the guns. I like, cuz like there's gun skins in a lot of FPS games, but the thing I like about Valorant is that it looks very, I guess, anime is just something that's really big for me. I love games with like that kind of anime like style to it. And I like that. I like when guns don't look like realistic guns. Like the skins in Valorant, like that would never be what a gun would ever actually look like. That it's not like the skins don't look like realistic guns, but that's what I like about it. I like that they look really fantastical and really stylized. Yeah, I love that about Valorant. Because I'm an artist, so I love like when things are like super creative and super stylized. So that was also something that really like drew me in. And then I just got hooked on it. I met a bunch of people playing Valorant. I met a lot of friends. Some of my closest friends I met through Valorant. And I have a group of friends that I regularly play with, and it's a lot of fun. I want to say the only thing that probably negatively impacts me from playing Valorant is the fact that I'm so used to Valorant mechanics and Valorant controls that I can't really play any other FPS game anymore, because something that's really important about Valorant is there's no real there's no strafing while you shoot. Like there's a little bit of counter strafing, but like you can't move while you're shooting your gun because the recoil is so severe. You're not going to hit anything. Your accuracy drops like to the ground. So the way Valorant works is you have to like, you can be running around and then you have to stand still when you shoot. But that's not
interesting because
but like if you play like Apex or like Overwatch or something, you're constantly supposed to be moving around. That's not something I'm used to. So like the first time I tried playing Apex, I would just stand in one place and shoot and then get like fucking mowed down because I can't hit a moving target and I am just stationary. But yeah, that's like the only really negative thing I would say that's come out of playing Valorant is it's like I'm so used to not moving while I shoot now that it kind of makes it difficult for me to play a lot of other FPS games. But that's fine with me because I don't really see myself enjoying another FPS game as much as I like enjoy Valorant. I just say like Valorant is my exception. I don't really play FPS games, but I play a lot of Valorant.
For
It's
me,
the only one.
I'm garbage at FPSs, top to bottom. I back in the day would play local multiplayer or co-op with friends, but it's the type of thing that it wasn't something I grew up with, and as soon as online play came into play, the barrier to entry was so high, and it sort of deterred me from FPS games as a whole because one, I had already ended up gaining a fondness for all these other types of games, platformers, Pokemon, puzzle games, things like that. So I wasn't as likely to go to a FPS game. And even now, I find myself just really unlikely to go there because the barrier to entry for online play is so high, and I don't have anything that actively pulls me toward it for the single player experience, anyways. Um, but I enjoy watching people play or hearing about it. That similar to competitive Pokemon, that I enjoy watching high level play of most any game, and that's
Mm.
mostly where my experience for League comes in. That I started watching LCS coverage in 2013, 2014, that for a good
Oh my
two and a
god.
half years that I watched LCS, I would say at least once a week for a little bit. That uh, Worlds 2014 in particular, I remember I watched a ton of coverage, and that was uh,
I am
viewing
so
for me.
hyped for Worlds this year for League and for Valorant,
And they
but
always do such a
oh
good
my
job with the
god.
presentation that
Yeah.
League
Oh
just
god, but thinking about LCS is I'm like I I have so much emotional damage from LCS right now because
oh
it just like competitive League right now is a mess for me because all of my favorite teams are choking.
oh no!
So I'm like, no, you can't be doing this. Worlds is so close.
Ugh. 'Cause the thing that really drew me to League was one, it was a big pioneer for watchable high level competitive play. That it obviously wasn't the first game to have, a world tournament, but Riot threw money at it for production, the desk coverage, and the fact that they
Mhm.
had spectator mode that made it a lot more watchable than
Right.
something like there had been some Call of Duty or why am I blanking on the name of Counter Strike?
Mm.
And that the just the heads down view, and I compare it to football. I don't know what the different item builds are. I don't know what the cooldowns on ults are. I don't even necessarily know what the different classes are for the characters. But I can
Mhm.
see when and for football, I can't tell I know what the quarterback is, but I couldn't tell you the difference between
That
the
makes
running
one
back
of
and the
us because
fullback.
I do not.
Like, I wouldn't know the running back from the fullback. But at the same time, when I
Ah.
watch a football game, I can see the quarterback make a pass. I can see someone catch the ball and get a first down. That I can understand
Mm.
that. When I watch League, I can see one team making progress down the lane and take down a tower. I can understand these basic things, and I understand. All right, getting the dragon. That
Yes. Gives you
the
team buffs and
Yeah.
like yeah, there's big monsters that give team buffs and that's actually I like that about League. Another like I think that Riot is really good at. There's always the meme that Riot is basically a music company that releases video games because their music is so
It
well produced
is.
and well made. But that's another thing I'm super excited about is the song for VCT was for the Valorant Championships was so good. They actually brought in Ash Nico, who's a singer songwriter that I really look up to. I think she's super talented. So I'm like just I'm in my seat, vibrating, shaking, waiting for the league championship song to come out for Worlds this year. And I'm expecting it to be fantastic because they have not missed so far. I love every single song that League or that Riot has released for Worlds up until now. I'm just like really excitedly waiting for it because the one for VCT was so good that I'm like, I'm sure League is going to be fantastic. I can't wait to see who they work with and what it sounds like. Because just Riot makes such good music, and then like they just really go all in, especially for like the finals and stuff. The opening ceremonies and the
Oh yeah. No,
stages and the
you'd
performances
think it
is
was the
crazy.
Olympics.
Actually, it's so much fun to watch too. I think that's like really I like just the production value that goes into all of it is fantastic, and it makes it yeah it makes it a lot of fun to watch. And because I have been an avid league player for a while, I'm eagerly waiting for Worlds to come because I know VCT has been wild so far, and I'm just sitting here praying and begging for my favorite teams
I remember
to
back in the day,
qualify.
the absolute menace was SK Telecom 1. Just
Yes,
yeah,
they go by T1 now.
yeah, T1, just T1.
And so right now, so T1 is actually my favorite team, my all-time favorite team, because some people, my sucky buds will know this, but I am Korean, so I have a lot of pride for Korean teams. A lot of pride. I am always going to be rooting for the Korean teams over everything else, except for like a select few that I don't like.
Well, that
But
then
most
you're eating good as a fan because historically, I don't know what it's
oh
been the
yeah,
past couple of
Korean
years, but at
teams
least
are
like Korean
historically the
teams
ones
have
that win the most. Yeah.
usually won it. That I know there was
Mhm.
a couple years there was a Chinese team that won around like 2016 or something.
Yeah, it's either
I'm not
China or
sure.
Korea are the two big regions right now that I've been winning. I know like I don't think an NA team hasn't won Worlds yet, and a
Yeah, I was
long
trying to
time
think.
ago, yeah, like the very first World Championships ever, like the very first League of Legends World Championships was won by Fnatic.
Hmm.
But that's pretty much it. It's usually China or it's Korea, and there was also I believe it was a. Oh, I need to make sure I'm getting this right because there was a team that won Taipei Assassins. There was a Taiwanese team was one that they won Worlds once. But right now, as of now, it's pretty much Korea and China are the two big like monstrous powerhouses.
Yeah.
And I was really excited because actually in the spring split for league for the regional tournaments in Korea, T1 went completely undefeated. They did not drop a single game, they didn't drop a single
Series.
Series. Like they lost a couple games here and there, like lost a couple rounds, but they always came out on top.
Yeah, they
were undefeated.
They won all the matches.
Yeah, they were completely undefeated. They went like 13-0 or something. They won all their matches. It was insane. And the most recent one this for summer, T1 and I believe it was Genji were at the top. Genji was first place and T1 was second place. And I think the pressure of going undefeated kind of got to them because they didn't play as well. And then they got completely crushed in the finals. So I was like, oh no! I'm just like praying that T1 kind of gets back into shape for Worlds because I know they've already won 3 world championships, but is it bad to just wish for them to win a 4th? They are my favorite team.
For me as a viewer, knowing full well that NA was basically doomed every year, that it was just all right, that I would cheer for my respective teams, really whoever struck my fancy. I enjoy cheering for underdogs, and then when it comes to Worlds, I usually say I want anyone except for the most popular team to win. So usually I would be that I don't really care who wins, but I like to see upsets in sports as a whole. That, upsets are fun and it's fun to root for the underdog. Usually that means I'm disappointed because, well, they're the best team for a reason. They're usually favored to win for a reason. But that's how I usually approach it. And I remember the only team that I really just sort of fell in love with, I think they're still around today. It's Unicorns of Love.
Yeah, oh yes, UOL.
Because one, any team that can go into a game like League of Legends with a name like Unicorns of Love just instantly had my attention. But also that I watched their promotion series live. And I'm not sure if you know, but so for those who aren't familiar with League, that they have LCS, which is the top league, and then they have, I think it's called the Challengers League. That similar to what you will have in football/soccer, where the bottom few teams in the top league will face the top couple of teams in the secondary league, and there's relegation or promotion. So they end up actually having to fight for their spot in the majors.
Yeah, it makes you want to root for them. It makes you want to cheer for them, and makes me But
and for Unicorns of Love, when they qualified for the promotion relegation tournament, they were first off the lower seed, that it was 2, so they were facing off against the first seeded team, and it was best 3 of 5, and they lost the first 2 matches, and they did the reverse sweep, but also the last fight of the last match is still to this day my favorite, like 2 minutes of league content. That there
Yep.
was this massive team fight where it wound up being that there was it was a full team kill on the team that was being relegated, and only one or two members of Unicorns of Love, and so these just one or two last people just blitzed the Nexus, and it was getting down to the last bits of health just as the other team was about to respawn, and they were starting to respawn. And I'll send you this clip later, Ria, but everything from the crowd to just the on-screen action to the commentator had one of the best just overall sports casting moments that I've ever watched, and it was so cool to
Yes.
see them, a come from behind reverse sweep in any type of sports series is huge.
Yeah,
And
there's
for how it
there's
unfolded
nothing
was
quite like watching that. Yeah, it's watching like a team that you love make a huge comeback.
well, at that point, like that was what made me love them, because that at that point I didn't have the attachment yet. That was what did it for me. For you, do you have any favorite moments or just plays that really stick out for you as, even if not greatest of all times, but something that you watched live that you can just super clearly recall?
So there is a very there is a very well-known, very well-known comeback that T1 did, my all-time favorite team. And it was fantastic because this was like it was kind of like it was like getting to experience that kind of thing live is it's kind of indescribable. And this was from, I believe it was 2017 Worlds, I believe it was. It was from Worlds 2017. T1 was up against EDG, which is a Chinese team. EDG actually
gaming.
won Worlds last year. Yes, they won Worlds last year. And I literally think this was the final, like, deciding game. And EDG was up on T1. Like, it was kind of impossible. You kind of were like, oh, T1 lost. You're watching it like, oh, they lost.
Yeah.
There's no way they come back from this. And they had this one huge deciding team fight where all of their util and all of their skills were layered so perfectly on top of each other that they completely swept through EDG and they won the game. And it probably is to this day one of the most famous comebacks in professional league, is that very moment, because if they had not won that fight, they would have completely lost the game. That fight is literally what won the game for them. And they went on to get to the finals. Unfortunately, they went second place. Samsung Galaxy actually won in 2017, which is fine. There's still a Korean team. But yeah, that was that I remember watching a video about it because I was there. I was watching it when it happened, but at that time it happened so quickly that I didn't really have time to really fully analyze it. It was just like, whoa, holy shit, they won, how did they do that, oh my god. But then I watched a video breaking it down and analyzing every single thing that happened, and it really just went to show like how skilled these players are, because they had such fast reflexes and they layered all of their CC on top of each other and took that moment, took this really high risk play, and it pulled off, and they pulled it off, and it worked, and they won. And that is still to this day my favorite comeback moment watching League, because just the feeling of watching a game and feeling hopeless and being like, no, your favorite team is gonna lose, and then they pull off a miracle play,
It's what
and
makes
it works.
sports, whether
It's
esports or
so
IRL sports.
so good.
Yeah, having a team to cheer for and just seeing miracle plays happen, that it's going to be slightly different in any given sport, and regardless of the technicalities, it's usually the type of thing of stuff happens so fast, whether it's basketball, hockey, basically anything except for baseball, that
Mm-hmm.
it's going to be happening in real time so quickly that you just sort of realize it and blink and wait a minute, they, they're suddenly on the offense, and that they're suddenly in a position where they can actually rally and win, and then you go back and get to actually analyze and appreciate just what went on in that moment.
Yeah, and basically, so if I remember correctly, I can actually I'm about to go full nerd mode here. So
Please.
anybody who doesn't really know anything about League may be really confused. I'm about to bring out some alt names and some character names, but basically what happened in that crazy last comeback fight where they completely just wiped EDG off of the map and won the game. Um what happened was, you have to keep in mind that EDG was up on T1 9-1. So EDG had 9 kills, T1 had 1 kill. EDG had at least I think they were up like 10k in gold or something like that. They had a 10k gold advantage, which is huge because that means they have the items, they do more damage, they take less damage. They were up on objectives too. They had more dragons. They were just, it was set up for them to win. They had more towers. They had pushed T1 all the way back to base. It was crazy. But there was this one moment, the split second when they were grouped up together in mid lane. They were just grouped up together for just a second. It was just for a second. T1 and they had neglected to kind of get vision in the parts of the jungle where T1 were kind of lurking up. And T1 support, who was playing Rakan at the time, popped his ult and then popped his knockup, which charmed and knocked up, I think like three of them or something like that, just all at once because they were grouped up. And then Faker came in with a legendary Orianna shockwave, his Orianna ult, which CC'd them and kept them in place for everybody to just converge and just do all this massive damage and completely wipe them out. But the thing that I thought was the most impressive was not only was all of that because all this happened within the span of a second. It was all just like they immediately were just reacting off of each other. But I think I mentioned somebody say that EDG's support was playing Janna, who her ult heals the team and pushes everybody back. Like, it creates this circle and it like knocks everybody back, enemies back, and it heals your team. So if all Janna needed to do at that moment when some people started to converge was to you're just supposed to button mash your ult, pray it goes off, and then split up T1 so then you can take the fight back. But the thing that prevented her from doing that was the combination of the Rakan charm into the Rakan knockup, and then T1's top laner was playing Cho'Gath, and he has a silence, and he layered this silence on at the exact perfect time to keep Janna from using her ult, and that's how they were able to kill her. Because if Janna had just been able to get her ult off, T1 likely would have lost the fight. Yeah, but that one pivotal moment of Cho'Gath hitting the silence on Janna, preventing her from using the ult, that one moment that happened in the literal second it took for everybody to converge is what won them the fight. And I remember watching somebody analyze that and just being like, holy shit, oh my god, like, you don't see that kind of thing when you're just watching it live, because it happens so fast that you don't really recognize it, you don't really notice those things. But then when I was rewatching it, it really cemented like, wow, T1 is like, this is how good they are, that they're able to pull this kind of thing off. And despite the risk, they still take it because like they knew it was their last chance, and they pulled it off, and ultimately it was successful, and it got them to the finals.
The one player you mentioned by name there is Faker, and for anyone who isn't familiar with League of Legends competitive play, Faker is undoubtedly the most prolific League player of all time.
Absolutely, the most famous.
Debate all day who is the GOAT and who actually, is the best. It's not close. Faker is the Michael Jordan, LeBron James of League of Legends. That he is the one that had a profile in Time magazine, that he was the face of the game for a while. He retired and actually came out of retirement a couple years later, and that he's if not the greatest of all time, one of the greatest, but undoubtedly the most iconic. And
for sure,
that's just watching LeBron James at his peak, uh, or
He would,
watching
yeah.
Michael Jordan with
Mm-hmm.
the Bulls and being able to see just a miraculous comeback. And I only understood about half of the jargon there, like I said, but at the same time that I can
Yeah.
understand the basic concepts at
So,
play of just
yeah, like,
having the timing for a silence, which for those who don't know, the silence is it means that the if you are silenced, you cannot use abilities
your
or skills.
abilities. Yes, you can't use your abilities. And the thing about Faker is, even as a like a massive T1 fan, I will say right now, as of this moment, that oh wow, thanks Dan for following VTuber
Yeah,
Talk.
Dan,
Welcome.
233, thank you for the
but
follow.
Faker, like, even as a massive T1 fan, I can confidently say that I don't think Faker is the best mid laner in the world anymore. He's definitely one of the best, but he's not quite the crazy monster he used to be. But he is absolutely still the most iconic League player of all time. I believe he's been breaking records now left and right. Like, he broke like he like broke records for like certain amount of assists and certain amount of kills and certain amount of games played, because he's just been
He's
playing
been there.
pro league for so long. And even though it's been years and years, he's still in T1. He has never left. Like, he was this star player that SKT picked up when they were still SKT, and then when they rebranded and they moved away from their parent company SKT, and kind of turned, like, they became T1, he still is a part of that, because Faker is so iconically a part of T1, who is still to this day the most famous league team. I want to say in the world, T1 is
I would
undoubtedly
say
the
so.
most famous league team. He is still there as their mid laner, as their captain, still going strong, and that's something that I respect so much, that it's been so long and he's still capable of doing that. Because even though he may not be, like, you have to keep in mind, when Faker was at his peak, he was literally the undefeatable, unkillable Demon King. That's what they called
Yeah,
him.
no, that
He
they
was,
actually called him, like,
yeah,
it was
he
actual
actually called
anime
him the unkillable
terminology.
Demon King. Yeah, he was the unkillable Demon King, because nobody could beat him. He was crazy. He was insane. He was this huge wall that teams had to climb, and they could not win. They could not beat Faker. He was easily the #1 best mid laner in the world. And now, with all these crazy, talented, insane new players popping up all over the place, it's not fair to say that Faker is still the #1 in the world. I'm sure, like, he has to be up there as one of the best for sure. But that doesn't change the fact that Faker is, to this day, absolutely the greatest, like, the most iconic league player of all time. And I don't see Faker going anywhere anytime soon, to be honest with you. He's probably going to be sticking around for a couple more years. But
Yeah,
yeah, he's just, I have so much respect for him. Faker is so famous that even people who don't play League and don't know anything about League, if you say, like, if you go up to somebody who, like, plays video games, like, but they don't play League, a lot of them still know the name Faker, because he's just so famous now.
yeah, that he is League's Tiger Woods. Like I said,
Yes.
I just the name recognition one for League was great because I feel like to really hit mainstream consciousness, if you can get a face of your game, whether it be, like I said, basketball, baseball, what have you, that having someone who is just a standout talent, somebody that people will tune in to watch them specifically because they are so renowned, is a sign, one, that your sport has made it and that
Mhm.
you've been able to really break into the public consciousness, but also it gives them that sort of ambassador. And it's a lot of weight to carry, that it is very difficult when you sign up to be a player in a league. You don't necessarily sign up to be the face of that league, and you don't
Mhm.
hopefully whatever team you're on is going to pay you well. And just it's
Oh
his
yeah, Faker
journey
is
is
rolling in
unlike,
money.
yeah, certainly from sponsorships and everything, and just
Oh, absolutely. Yep.
that his journey in league has been unlike anyone else's because of that,
Mhm.
and because of just the absolute dominance that he had for a time. And like you said, he
Yeah.
might not be that the unkillable Demon King that he once was. But even so, the fact that he's still able to keep up with it, and that he would not be staying on the team if he wasn't still one of the best in the world, and that
Yep.
it's very impressive. And it's going to be interesting to see just how long it lasts, because there's sort of the stereotype of, all right, as you age, your reflexes go a bit, and that for a game like League where milliseconds can matter, we don't know where is the threshold that you get. Football has been around for so long, baseball's been around for so long, that you can just see statistically, all right, this is where players start to drop off, and that just reflexes or muscles aren't as strong as they were when you're in your early to mid 20s. We don't know where that line is with League. And since it's not the same type of physical demands as traditional sports, we don't even have that much similar data to work off of. That you can't compare him to a football player, you can't compare him to a baseball player. And it's that sort of question of, all right, where is the line, and does that line exist? Because he's making history in that League is now, I don't know how, approaching 15 years, I have to believe, at this point?
Something like that. They're on... League is... I think they're on season 12 right now. So, like, 12, 13 years, something like that, for sure. It's over 10. And yeah, like Harper is saying in the chat as well, he was on all... He has not left T1. So all 3 times they won Worlds, he was there. He was their captain. He is the person that led them to victory. That just goes to say how how crazy talented and skilled he was during that time. And like that's like T1. That's why they're like the most well-known team right now, because they're the only team to have won 3 world championships. And 2 in a row.
Yeah, that was back when I was watching, actually. That would have been in like 2014, 15, I think.
I believe they won. I think they won 2013 Worlds, and then they won 2015 and 16.
Okay, yeah.
So they went a year where they didn't win. They won 1 year, and then they didn't win the next Worlds, and then they won twice in a row the next 2 Worlds.
But they haven't won since. So now it's the type of thing of, all right, it's a bit of a drought. So that's...
Please win again. I'm begging. T1, I believe in you. I'm sipping my copium. Please.
Have you seen Arcane?
I have seen Arcane thrice.
I watched that. I was late to the party there, but it was the type of thing of, after hearing so many rave reviews from so many people, that I finally just sat down and watched it, and I blew through it in like 2 days, in a weekend. It was so good, and that the big thing I had been told, which absolutely held true, you do not need to know anything about League to enjoy Arcane.
No, you don't. You don't need to know League to watch Arcane, but Arcane is so well done, so well made. I cried like a baby the first time I watched Arcane. And just the art style, the animation, like, it's so standout and unique to League, because it doesn't just look like, it's not just like an anime. It's like it's painted.
Yeah.
I don't know how they pulled it off. It's so beautiful.
It takes your eyes like 15 minutes in the first episode to adjust, but once you have that initial adjustment, because it is such a different style, it's so smooth. It's an easy watch.
Fantastic.
And you get so engrossed in these characters. And it's the type of thing that you could have written a story like this with any IP. You could have made this just, a limited run HBO series that had no IP attached to it. It could be an entirely original thing. But they wove in just enough of League lore and tech to make it so that it fit particularly well for this IP, for this game, for this fandom, but made it universally accessible as a story. And that's really impressive.
I agree for sure.
Now we just sit and wait for season 2, because, oh my god.
Please, it took them 6 years to make Arcane. I'm like, please don't make us wait 6 years again. You have so many people waiting. I mean, I know I'm sure it's not gonna take 6 years again, but I need Arcane season 2 to come out soon. I'm still waiting for it. And especially as somebody who was such an avid League fan when Arcane was released, it was even more exciting for me to watch. Getting to look at them being like, "Oh, these are the characters." Being able to notice like little Easter eggs they hid and like characters that they don't specifically name and they're just like background characters. As a League player, you see them and you're like, "Oh, this is that character." And you come up with all these theories. And it was just it was fantastic. It was I remember just talking about Arcane nonstop with like my younger sister also plays a lot of League. And we watched Arcane together. Just us sitting there and just talking for hours about like what we thought about where we thought it was going to go from here, just about the characters, about the story, about just all the dark themes in the show.
Oh, yeah, that you want to talk about mature themes. That this is one that, from the outset, pulls no punches. This is not for children. This is.
No.
I would put it solidly at PG-13. That this is something that, you know, it's not
PG-15 probably.
Ish, yeah. That it's yeah, somewhere around there. That it's and it's all in maturity and just it's not like there's nothing super sexual about it. That there's a good amount of violence, but it's not hyper grotesque violence. But the themes and the writing and the topics are so mature and so dense that it is something that it is for mature audiences only.
Yeah, for sure, for sure.
But that works because, you know, that's League as a whole is a game that, yes, some younger kids play, but it is not a game that is designed for young kids. It's not like the one where the target audience is going to be, you know, 7 to 13-year-olds. That target audience here really is going to be that 15.
I want to, yeah, like 15 up, yeah.
But it's really good. And you mentioned your sister and you watched it together. That your sister actually appeared on your channel just a couple days ago.
She did! I introduced her for the first time to my Succubuds last Sunday.
Yeah, you all had a Smash, Marry, Kill stream where you all went through, it was anime, TV shows, and I think Arcane was in there that I wasn't able to...
there, yes.
I didn't get to watch all of it, but I did a quick scrub through the VOD earlier today, and I do remember seeing some Arcane characters in there.
Yes,
but,
it was the, you know, the main 3 girls.
But that was really cool that you two were able to, one, have a stream together at all, but that type of just sort of exploration of characters is super fun, and I hope your sister had a good time.
Oh yeah, she had a lot of fun. It was it was actually really sweet because during the stream she was like, because towards the end it kind of got to be more like troll pics. Like it wasn't. It was like I think Bob's Burgers was on there, and when it came up, she was like, I want a Borg now. And I was like, oh, do you want to like go to McDonald's after this? Because I'm also hungry. And she was like, no, I want a real burger, like a fancy burger. And I was like, those are expensive. And then my succubuds gave us burger money.
Burger fund.
Yeah, so I got to take her out and I got to buy her like the burger she wanted, and it was just really sweet.
That's fantastic. Just, you know, VTubing in general, that similar to games, that there's a lot of different ways people can approach VTubing. That just, you know, does the family know, or are you comfortable having others on stream like that? And I think it's really neat that you are close enough and comfortable enough with your sister to have her appear like that, and that the Succubuds are mostly well behaved enough to be able to do it. I know there was a little bit of trolling, but still all in good fun, and that you
oh yeah, it was all in good fun. I know they would actually never leave me.
Yeah.
Right? Right, Succubuds? You wouldn't actually leave me for my sister. You wouldn't.
Yeah, that you all explored a lot of different ones, and I suppose sort of on that note, that you are a pretty big anime fan.
I am a huge anime fan, yes.
I know one of your favorites is Demon Slayer, and you mentioned to me that you identify a lot with Nezuko.
Yes. So not like it's a little bit different. Like so like for with Futaba for example, I relate a lot to her personally. But with Nezuko, the first thing that really stood out to me was she she's very cute. So there's that. She's my baby. She's my child. I just want to protect her, but also just the amount of love she has for her brother. They're how close they are as siblings, especially because I have siblings too that I love very dearly. That was a really big thing. Also just Demon Slayer is just such a really well made. I thought the animation was beautiful, the art style was very distinct and very charming. And I cannot wait for the rest of the manga to be animated. I'm eagerly waiting for the Pillar Training arc, waiting for the next season to come out. But I just remember I just had such a I love Nezuko so much immediately. I'm emotionally attached to Nezuko. So like Demon Slayer now is like up there, and I want to say one of the biggest reasons, aside from how amazing I think the story is and aside from how beautiful I think the animation is, like aside from the fact that it's a very good anime on its own, the fact that I love Nezuko so much like boosted Demon Slayer up to being one of my favorites.
Certainly having that character, that whether it be something that you relate to them or just that you really enjoy their portrayal, their character, that's obviously going to really elevate a show. For me, so I have not read the manga, but I am completely caught up on the anime. That I've seen the film. I saw the Entertainment District arc, and that Demon Slayer, for being a shonen, is definitely a different type of shonen. One, the fact that it's ended, we know it's ended, and that it's still got a while to go, but it's not going to be in the order of 500 episodes. That from what I can tell, it's probably going to be somewhere like maybe 100, 120.
Yeah, something
And
like that.
it's going to be a longer story for sure, but it's not going to necessarily be something that goes as long as Naruto or One Piece, and that certainly makes it a bit more digestible.
The fact that One Piece is still going,
mind-boggling.
Oh my god. This is why I know One Piece is a great show, but I will never be able to get into it because I am never gonna be able to watch all
do it.
that.
I'd rather watch.
I just can't. It's too much. It's too much.
I'd rather watch 200 single core shows.
It's too overwhelming. I can't get into One Piece.
Yeah, I missed the boat on that one. But for Demon Slayer, fortunately, I got into it about halfway through season 1 being aired, that I didn't watch initially because I thought it was a horror show, and I'm not super into horror. That and Demon Slayer, and that a lot of the promotional art was very much focused on the demons, and so it struck me as that. And a couple friends were like, "No, Jay, this is actually just a shonen." So eventually, I gave it a chance, and I'm glad I did. And Studio Ufotable, I hope they are paying their staff well, because you always hear horror stories about the anime industry and like bad pay, bad working environments, because good lord, they are operating on a different plane of existence from every other studio in the industry.
It's iconic. They're literally legends. If you think about other like stuff they've worked on, like they also worked on the Fate series, and the Fate series is famous for just having such beautiful effects, just the sheer graphics and animation being fantastic. And I think another thing, oh god, if I hope I'm correct in thinking this, but they've also worked on I think this isn't quite as well known, but I think they also worked on Kisniver, which is not as well known as an anime, but I remember watching it. I
remember that one, yes.
Yeah, I think, and that one also had just such beautiful like animation and such beautiful effects. They're just so good at making very distinct looking animes with just like really crazy beautiful. It's oh my god,
for the second
they're
half
just crazy.
Of the Entertainment District arc, that was movie level production. That every scene that when you see an anime film in theaters, that you can tell that they get extra budget, and you can tell which scenes get the budget. It's usually those
Yeah.
final fights that you
Yeah,
get
and you
that.
can't,
Yeah.
you can't forget the legendary fight at the end of season 1 when
Mhm.
Tanjiro awakens as Hinokami Kakura for the first time. That
Ah,
whole sequence,
mhm.
legendary, iconic.
But just the second half of Entertainment District Arc, it was nonstop. That I was watching week in and week out. Thing, you could tell me this was the season finale, and I'd believe you.
Mm-hmm.
And it just kept going, and they were cramming these episodes top to bottom. That they, if memory serves, cut the opening and ending credits, the normal sequences, several times, and were just operating with that full 30-minute runtime. And it was, like I said, I hope they're paying their staff well. I really hope they're
Oh,
paying their
wait,
staff
I was
well.
wrong. Kisniver is Studio Trigger. That's another one that I
Well,
wanted to
Trigger
mention.
also
Studio
does
Trigger is also,
incredible
yeah.
work.
I think, okay, I might be wrong again. Chat might have to chat might have to correct me again. But I think Studio Trigger was the one that did Promare?
Yes, Trigger did Promare.
Yes. Fantastic too. Promare is probably my favorite animated movie.
That was a really fun one.
Promare is fantastic.
You could tell that Studio Trigger is known for, obviously, their very stylized animation, but they're also
Yes.
known for having some crazy writing.
Yes,
And
yes.
that their stories go off the rails in a good way. And
Oh yeah.
I feel like for Promare, they took the budget that they would normally allocate to 12 episodes and crammed it into 2 hours. And they also took the absurdity and the absolute just insanity that they would normally spread over 12 episodes and crammed that into 2 hours as well. Because just, you could tell that was a Trigger movie. That was Trigger living their best life.
Oh yeah. Promare was, I just remember watching it and thinking, like, especially the thing that stood out to me the most was the way they animated the flames.
Yeah.
I thought it was amazing, and their use of geographical shapes in that movie was so creative and so well done. And I remember watching Promare. I don't know exactly what I expected when I went into it for the first time, but I remember the story just being so wild that I actually can't really describe it. You just have to watch it.
Yeah, it's nuts.
It's insane, yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to remember what their next project is, but anytime that Studio Trigger does something, that's automatically a head turner of, okay, I need to give this the 3-episode trial, and 9 times out of 10 you're just going to watch it through. Because even their stuff that I know that Darling in the Franxx, I would say, is one of their I don't know if controversial is not the right word here.
There's like split opinions about Darling in the Franxx.
Yeah, that's a much better term.
What I've heard about Darling in the Franxx, I actually haven't watched it, but I heard that it was good, and then the ending was weird, is what I heard about Darling in the Franxx.
Yeah, but at the same time, I was watching it like, yeah, this is what Trigger would do. This is it's the type of thing that I think I would have been less patient with it if it wasn't Studio Trigger. That for them, I just sort of bake in a level of expectation of absurdity for them, and because it's just what they do. And so I'll agree, Darling in the Franxx is not their best work, but at the same time, I thought it was very fun. I think it's worth a watch, but I won't begrudge someone for saying that it doesn't stand up to something like Kill la Kill, or if you want to count some of their later Gainax works of Gurren Lagann.
Yeah. Oh, Gurren. I was so emotionally damaged watching Gurren Lagann.
Oof.
I remember a friend. I watched that actually with a friend, and she was like, "Oh, it's a really great anime. I think you'd really enjoy it." And at this point, I'm not really a huge fan of mecha animes. Which is why I didn't expect Promare to be so good, but I loved Promare, and I actually really loved Gurren Lagann. Those are like the 2 mechas that I actually watched and I really enjoyed, and that's also a reason why I think I wasn't really super into watching Darling in the Franxx, is because I'm just not a huge mecha fan. But I remember watching it and I loved it. Obviously the opening too, I loved Sorairo
Really
Days is
good.
such a good opening, and yeah, and I just remember watching it, and I was not warned about anything, not warned about anything, and
And episode 8 rolls around.
Jerry, you can't do this to me. The memories.
I almost dropped Gurren Lagann because the 4 episodes or so after episode 8 drag a little bit because reasons that I can't say.
Yeah, I'm not
But
gonna.
power
We're not
through
gonna spoil
them.
it.
Power through them because it's worth
Yeah,
it.
it's worth it. It's worth it. And again, at the end, the story kind of goes way off the rails, but in a good
Oh,
way.
yeah. They're throwing
But,
galaxies like frisbees.
yes. And the thing about Gurren Lagann was what happened in episode 8 initially just I was so devastated, and it made me so upset that I almost didn't want to continue it. But then when you keep watching, you realize that what happened needed to happen for the main character to develop in the way he did.
Yep,
It was
yep.
necessary. It sucked, but it was necessary. And my sister actually has been like, I think I should watch Gurren Lagann. I'm like, I'm gonna be
Yes,
there
you
with you when you
should.
watch it, because I want to witness what happens to her when she watches episode 8.
Yeah, just all-time classic for sure. Just
Mm.
I'm also one that mechas can be hit or miss for me. My favorite anime of all time is a mecha, and that's Code Geass. But similar to Gurren Lagann, that it is not your usual Gundam setup. That it does a fair amount of different things. I could go on about Code Geass, but I won't. Bottom line is that's my favorite, and I think everyone should at least give it a shot.
Yeah, Gurren Lagann. If you're not really a huge mecha fan, Gurren Lagann is a really good anime to just watch. Like, I'm not a big mecha fan, but I loved Gurren Lagann. And if you like Promare, you will love Gurren Lagann.
Oh yes.
Yeah, because that's the reason why I also didn't watch Code Geass. Is because I didn't think I was gonna enjoy it that much, because I just am not a huge mecha fan. But like, regardless of everything, I think Gurren Lagann is still a really fantastic just anime. For a lot of like fans that if you like really likable characters and tragic stories and some really intense character development and really like just crazy fights and things like that, then highly recommend Gurren Lagann. It's a really good one. Also watch Promare. Promare is a really good movie. You should definitely watch that. All I really know about Code Geass though is the opening, but everybody knows the opening to Code Geass.
And everybody knows Jibun Wo.
Jibun wo sekai zaibu.
I know you also, when it comes to less action-packed ones, that Fruits Basket is a series that you've seen both versions of.
Oh yes. Oh, I could talk about Fruits Basket for days. So I initially discovered Fruits Basket when I was a wee lad. I was a wee lad, and I watched the original, and I just remember because I remember liking Fruits Basket so much because it was so comforting to watch. And a lot of people that I've heard, like a lot of people who don't like Fruits Basket, I feel like I hear a similar criticism that they always say it's like boring. It's like, or it moves too slow, or it's not like, like,
not a shonen.
If you're somebody that enjoys things that are super action packed and really fast paced, Fruits Basket is not that for sure. But I liked it so much because of the focus they put on each and every character. And especially, like, if you're going to get into Fruits Basket, I would recommend you watch the reboot and not the original one, because as much nostalgia, like, as the original one gives me, it doesn't follow the manga completely, and it's kind of unfinished. The reboot follows the manga completely, and it's completely finished. It follows the manga to a T up until the moment the manga ends and the story actually ends. But the thing I really loved about Fruits Basket is that each character has their own struggles, and they each have their own problems, and like, everybody is so diverse and everybody's so distinct and so different. But then you have this one central main character. You have Toru, who has struggled through some of the worst things that a teenager her age, she should not have gone through anything that she did. But even despite all of that, She still has the courage to smile. She's still selfless. She wants to help people. Toru is such a likable character, and
Hmm.
Toru is somebody, as especially when I was younger, is somebody that I looked up to so much. I wanted to be so much like her because I wanted to be somebody who can bring happiness and who can be a comfort to other people in the way that she was. And the way that she tackles dealing with all these characters, meeting all these new characters, trying to help them through their problems while also navigating her own problems, I thought it was written super well. I think the character development is done really well in Fruits Basket. I love that certain characters, like they all have different variations of trauma, right? And
Hmm.
some seem more severe than others. Like at first glance you would think like, oh, being bullied in school is a really terrible thing, but then you have a character that was literally thrown away by her parents and abused for her entire life, and it's like you look at that and obviously you think, oh, this one is more traumatic than the other, but the anime doesn't treat it like that. The anime treats each problem like it's important in its own way, and it needs to be dealt with and tackled and and worked through in its own way, and each character copes through their problems in their own ways. And that's what I loved so much about Fruits Basket, is watching these characters grow and get better and learn and heal.
Yeah,
And
just
that's what I love so much about it.
you have these characters who, from the start to the end, and the reboot anime is 3 seasons, so it's about 50 episodes,
Mhm.
and that the characters that are in the series from the beginning to the end, you can see that growth. And certain ones are introduced in
Absolutely.
season 2 and 3, and that they still have their own arcs. Some might be shorter or longer than others,
Mhm.
but that, like you said, every character has their own struggles. That no nobody here has had a totally happy life,
No.
and that it explores these different things. And it's the type of show. Bring tissues because you're going to cry.
Yeah.
Just
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
you might think that the episode is going all right, and that, okay, yeah, we're addressing some problems here, and it's not
Mhm.
necessarily crying levels, but then just the way the writing is, they know exactly which heartstrings to pull at to get
Yeah.
that reaction. And
Mhm.
it's the type of thing that there's some cheap shots that you can do in writing, but every time it always feels earned in Fruits Basket. That
Yeah.
they're doing it at the right time, in the right way, and it just
Mhm.
hits
Every
very
time
hard.
they yeah, every time they succeed at something, every time they achieve something that they've been working towards, you can see how hard they work to get there. It's not sudden, and it's not rushed, and that's why for a lot of people Fruits Basket seems slow, but that's not it. There's just a lot to cover, and there's a lot to go through, and there's a lot to process, and that's why
Mhm.
it seems like it's dragged out. But in actuality, it's not like it's not slow in the sense that like in a bad way. It feels like it's moving slow because they want to be able to cover everything, and they
It's
want
very
to be able
methodical.
to, yeah, they want to be able to show you all the details, and they want to be able to explain everything to you so that you can see how they work through their problems, and you can see how each character interacts and what their relationships are like with every other character in the show. Like they want to be able to show you all that, which is why like a lot of the story arcs seem like they're longer, which is why it feels like it's not as fast paced, is because they want to delve into these details. And that's something that I think was really well done and really well written on the part of the mangaka. And yeah, like you said, the most satisfying part about Fruits Basket is you meet these characters and they're so imperfect and they are so damaged and they have so many issues and so many of their own personal demons to fight through. And then at the end, when you finally see them be happy and when you finally see them succeed in their long-term goal, it's just the most satisfying ending that you could think of. It is so pleasant to watch, and it really feels like you've been there with the characters as they like work through this journey, like you've been there for them the entire time. You have experienced it with them, and I think that's just really beautiful. And that's why Fruits Basket like still has such a special place in my heart, because I remember being a little disappointed because I watched the anime first and then I read the manga, and I remember thinking like I wish the anime would have continued. So when they actually did, it was just so it was
Fruits
I
Basket
get
fans
emotional
got what
talking about it.
every
I
manga
know.
fandom
Thank
dreams of.
you.
That
Thank
there are
you.
so many anime adaptations of manga that either end after 1 or 2 cores, and it's, the manga lure of
Mhm.
this is made to sell more volumes, and that if you're gonna finish the story, you need to go read the manga or read the light novels. Others
Mhm.
catch up to their source material and then go in their own divergent path, a la Full Metal Alchemist, the first iteration, that
Mm.
it is very rare for something like Fruits Basket or Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood, that those are, I would say, the 2 most famous examples of shows that got their second chance. And for Fruits Basket, that Full Metal Alchemist got Brotherhood a matter of years after the original. So it was
Yeah, I
still
want to
pretty
say
top of mind. But Fruits Basket had a wait. It was a
yeah.
decade plus that
Mhm.
you just basically sort of accepted, okay, that's something that a lot of animes do, and we're not going to get it. That there's a bunch of shows that to this day I hope and dream will get the Fruits Basket treatment, that it makes me hold out hope that when we get something like Fruits Basket, 10, 15 years after the original, that has stood the test of time and gets that approval from a studio to do a full-on, from the beginning, faithful telling of the story.
Yeah, and
It's a rarity.
it doesn't even need to be from the beginning, because like kind of what Tokyo Ghoul did too, like Route A, like season 2 of Tokyo Ghoul went in a completely different direction than from the manga, and then they released season 3, which kind of went back to when the story kind of split and they told the original story as it was meant to be, following the manga story. Yeah, because Tokyo Ghoul Re followed the manga, whereas Route A went in a different path. Even if they want to do that, like, that's fine. That's what I'm hoping for Promised Neverland. That they
Oof.
realize how bad they fucked up and they
Oof.
redo it, because Promised Neverland had so much promise.
It was one of the best
Promise.
series of its year.
Oh yeah, no, Promised Neverland got me so hyped. Season 1 I thought was so well done, because it hit a really nice balance of, like, it didn't feel like it was rushed, but it also wasn't moving super slowly. Like it was, like, for the genre being a shonen, it hit that balance so well, and the story progression I thought was really well done. And the manga, I read the manga after season 1 was finished because I could not wait. I had to see how it ended, and I kept up with it until the moment the manga ended, and I thought it was fantastic and really well done, and I loved the manga for Promised Neverland. And then they released season 2 and they ruined everything.
I want to see a documentary on season 2 of Promised Neverland and what happened, because it is, like I said, we've had instances of shows going their own way when they catch up to the source material. But the thing here is, the manga was done. The
Yeah.
source material was there.
Yeah,
And
I don't know
season
why
1
they
had
made
been
that
so
decision.
successful. I would have imagined that they would have greenlit as many seasons as they needed, because it was so popular, it was so well
Yeah.
received. It's not like this was a niche title that only barely got noticed and might not have been greenlit past a second core, that for how popular it was, they could have kept it going. So why would you deliberately decide to truncate and then change the source material so drastically? That I'm sure that there was some sequence of decisions, but I want to know what happened. I doubt we'll ever find out what happened, but it's the type of thing that I would want to see a documentary, because
Yeah, I just
it-
genuinely don't
I've never seen
understand what
anything
their
like
thought
that.
process was. Yeah, I don't understand what their thought process was behind that. I don't understand why. Like, it doesn't even make sense, like, from a business standpoint, why they did what they did. Genuinely don't really understand. I have no clue why they made the decisions they made. I'm just hoping that maybe we can get like a redemption, kind of like Tokyo Ghoul did, and they can actually follow the manga, because it was so well done and they just ruined it. Like, it was just such a bad business move too. Like, fans hated it.
That it damaged.
Season 2 got such a bad rep. Yeah.
Think about what happened to Game of Thrones. Imagine that times 10. That
Literally.
just- it's now infamous, and it's the type of thing that Studio Cloverworks is not a new studio. They've been around the block. They've done a lot of stuff, and they continue to do good work. And they've done good work since Promised Neverland, but it's the type of thing that now I just sort of, I have that wary side eye whenever I see
Yeah.
a Cloverworks production, be like,
Like,
okay,
why did you do that?
especially when it's a second season of a Cloverworks thing of what are we doing here? Because
Yeah.
one of the best shows of this year is a Cloverworks co-production that I forget what the other studio is, but if memory serves, and I hope I'm not wrong here, but I think it's Cloverworks and one other studio that is working on Spy Family.
Mm.
I could be wrong. I remember it's some adaptation. I think it's that one, but
Oh, Spy Family's so good. Please don't ruin Spy
Spy
Family.
Family is anime of the year for me so far, and it's the type of thing
Please don't ruin Spy Family.
I'm cautiously optimistic that after Promise Neverland that they're going to be scared straight, and that they're going to think twice before doing something like that, because they did what they did, and I have to assume that they are acutely aware of what the reaction was, and hopefully they saw in sales numbers the repercussions of doing what they did. So, fingers crossed that they've learned their lesson, that we will never have to deal with something so atrocious again.
Yeah, I would hope that they have learned their lesson now. Because if they ruin Spy Family, I'm going to riot. I'm going to fly to Japan and I'm going to protest in front of their studio.
So, rewinding the clock a bit, I know one of your first, I think it might have been your very first anime, at least that you saw through to completion, was Inuyasha.
Yes. Inuyasha has a very special place in my heart because it is the first anime that I ever really sat down and watched through, like, the entire thing. Like, there was a couple other anime that I, like, discovered around the same time as Inuyasha, but Inuyasha has to be, like, it's the first anime that I like, really, really got into. That I absolutely, like, just, like, that's what pulled me in, kind of, into being an anime fan, was, like, Inuyasha set the, like, bar for that. Because before then, I remember, like, I watched a couple episodes of, like, Naruto and I thought it was neat and stuff like that, but the anime that really got me into, like, actually, like, wanting to be, like, being an anime fan and, like, watching other anime was Inuyasha.
Now, did you watch it on broadcast, streaming? What was your experience with it there?
I specifically remember sitting at my computer and pirating it.
It's the type of thing, especially for older ones, that pre-2010, that's just how it went. Because
just Googling Inuyasha
episode.
Yeah, you're like Googling Inuyasha episode 10 English dub.
Funimation stood up their streaming service in 2014. Crunchyroll had only been around for a couple years prior. That for the time of Inuyasha, if you were watching it when it was airing or shortly afterwards, if it wasn't a recent watch, which obviously couldn't have been in this case, I am not shocked that it was pirated.
I started watching,
in a lot of cases.
I want to say I started watching Inuyasha when they had around, like, 60 episodes out. So it was definitely not when it was released, but maybe not 60. I think it was a little bit less than that, actually, but they definitely were not, it was like, I don't know, it was like episode something, it was like 50 to 60 episodes ish, I think, is at that point is when I was like, oh, like, that's when I found it. That's when I started watching it. And then I sat and I binge watched a bunch of it and I kept up with it until the moment, like, until it ended. And I remember specifically, I was in Korea when Final Act was coming out. And it was actually being aired on TV in Korea during that time. So I actually watched Final Act for the first time in Korean because I was keeping up with it in Korea and I was watching it on the TV.
That must have been really special.
Yeah, I watched all of it in English, in the English dub, and then I watched Final Act specifically in Korean because like when I was in Korean was when it was coming out.
Yeah. Is there something that has really stuck with you, whether it be something of the characters or the story, that for, I think, most people, it's totally natural that your first series that you watch all the way through, that you get that resolution to, is going to stick with you for one reason or another. Is there something that you look back on and say that a particular aspect or character has perhaps stuck with you even more than other parts?
Well, watching Inuyasha, Sesshomaru was the first 2D character I ever like started simping for. Like my very first anime husband was Sesshomaru. And he has still stuck with me to this day. Whenever people are like, who's your favorite male 2D characters? Like Sesshomaru is still up there because he has still remained in my heart from the beginning. He was. I remember the first time Sesshomaru came up on the screen. The first time you meet him, I was like, "Oh, what the fuck? He's so mean." And then the more I watched it, I was like, "Oh, ooh, oh, okay, Sesshomaru, I see." um, and I also remember like Kagome being one of the like first like because as a younger as someone who's like when you're younger and you're watching an anime, you're like really easily influenced by how the characters act and their personalities and stuff. And I just like because I looked up to Toru a lot, for example, and but that was quite a bit after I discovered Inuyasha. Because I found Fruits Basket after it had been like finished. But when I was watching Inuyasha, I remember also thinking like, "Oh, Kagome's so cool. I want to be just like Kagome," and I wanted to like learn archery and stuff so I could be just like her. And my parents bought me like this little toy archery set, and I played around with that for hours because of Inuyasha. And I think Inuyasha was also the gateway to me appreciating like learning how to sing in Japanese, because the
Mm.
first song I ever learned in Japanese was I think it's the first opening for Inuyasha, like change the world or something. I want to change the world. And I remember just like sitting in like a car, like whenever I was like driving or like being driven somewhere, whenever I was going somewhere, whenever I had free time, I was just looking over the lyrics and trying to memorize them. And it was the first Japanese song I ever memorized was the opening for Inuyasha.
I know
Hmm.
singing for you in general is a big thing. That performing for you, you told me that
Yes.
just the combination of performing, singing, acting is something that you greatly enjoy, and I have to assume played some probably major part in you wanting to become a VTuber. That did just becoming a
Yes.
streamer
Yes, it
in
did.
general. That
Hmm.
you know, I suppose rewinding a bit. Were you a theater kid?
No. I actually wasn't. I was not a
Interesting.
theater kid. I was an art kid in school. I was the
Okay.
kid who spent all my time because I was too shy to be a theater kid.
Hmm.
Um I was the kid in the back of the class who didn't like I didn't talk to anybody. I distinctly remember through school I had like one best friend who moved away, and then I
Oh
didn't really have any
no.
other like close friends because I was just so antisocial. Like I didn't really want to talk to anybody. All I wanted to do, I would just spend all my time sitting in the back of the class just drawing instead of paying attention, which impacted my grades. But I remember like I took vocal lessons when I was younger. I took vocal lessons for several years, and I also took piano lessons. And in that aspect, I was a music kid. In that, like, I loved music. I loved singing. I wanted to do it more, but the only ways to really do that publicly was to join like clubs and work with other people, and I was too shy to ever do something like that. Whereas drawing, I can just do that on my own.
Hmm.
So I was an art kid, and then when it came to singing and stuff, I always just practiced alone at home.
So where did the
um,
performing bug bite you in that case?
well, I actually I was um I had a opportunity when I was young. I was like little baby succubus. This was like before I got antisocial. When I was outgoing as a kid, and then I got antisocial when I hit like my preteen years. Um, when I was a kid, I had an opportunity to join like a local group of well, I did ballet for like half a year, something like that. And I remember standing on a stage and doing ballet and thinking, this is fun, but I don't want to stand on a stage doing ballet. I want to do something else. But I liked the feeling of standing on a stage. And then I was a part of this group, and we would do like acting, like we would put together little skits and stuff. and perform them on a stage for like Christmas and like Thanksgiving and like Halloween and stuff. And then obviously in school we had like little plays we would put on for like that the entire grade would put on for like
Yeah, the
Halloween and like
mandatory
you know
ones,
like that kind of
especially
stuff.
in elementary school where,
Yeah, and I
you
remember
didn't have to be in
doing
a club and you were
those.
there.
Yeah, I remember doing those just thinking like, whoa, like this is fun. Like I love being on a stage. And I want to keep doing it. And that's why I started taking vocal lessons when I was younger. But then when I got into like my preteen years, I started to get like really antisocial. I started to get like really anxious, and it was just very difficult for me to interact with other people. And so it got a lot more difficult for me to stand on a stage, which sucked because I wanted to. I just like couldn't bring myself to do it. And all I would be able to do, like the way I would kind of get out, like release the urge to and play on the urges to like want to stand on a stage and perform, would just be me singing alone in my room, pretending I was on a stage, learning dances. Like I learned a lot of like anime dances, and just doing that and learning anime songs and like K-pop songs and performing them alone in my room, learning Disney songs and performing them alone in my room, and then like learning them in vocal lessons too. And that was enough to keep me like satiated for a little bit. But then when I started to get older, I was like, I want to do this like I don't want to like I don't want to just do like some like I didn't want just like a 9 to 5 job. I didn't want to just like I didn't want to spend my entire life just working at like working um to like just pay the bills and then just do what I like on the side as a hobby. Like I wanted to make my passions into a career. That's what I wanted to do. And I realized that because I remember specifically like the moment I had this thought, I was laying in bed and I was thinking about it and I was like, I don't want to die with regrets is what I thought. I don't want to die and like I don't want to be in my deathbed and look back. This is a little bit dark, but I didn't want to be in my deathbed and look back and think, why didn't I do this? Why did I waste my entire time working in an office or something instead of trying to stand on a stage like I really want to? And that's kind of what pushed me to start like practicing more. That pushed me to start um, like doing more acting related, more dance related, more performance related things. And then and that's kind of what I was doing. And I was like going to like I was learning a lot about that. I went to like I took like acting classes. I took like all this, you know, I worked harder to improve my skills because I didn't think I was good enough to like actually make a career out of it. And I still think I have a lot to improve. I still don't think I'm anywhere near the level of people who actually like um perform as a career, you know. But I wanted to start practicing then is when I like put my foot down. I was like, I'm going to start putting all my attention into this. And I'm really lucky in that my family was really supportive of that because they've never been people that are like, no, you can't do like art related stuff because that's unstable and you might not make a lot of money from it. You have to do something that brings in the money. They were always just like, do what makes you happy, you know? So that's what I did. And then I discovered VTubing through Kizuna Ai. I found her on YouTube and I thought she was really cute, and then I became a really big Kaguya Runa stan because I found her through Kizuna Ai.
Okay, so yeah,
And
so this is
for
early days of VTubing at this point because
yeah,
this is
and I've been a
I
VTuber
yeah.
fan for a very long time, but it was only recently that I kind of decided like maybe this is something that I can do because I also like I've loved video games since I was like a kid, and I saw like VTubers sing and perform, and they cater to an audience and they play games, and like and you know like this is a career for a lot of them. So that's kind of when I decided like, oh, this is what I want to do, is like this seems really interesting. Like content creating might be something that I could really like, you know, that would fit me, because then I can take everything that I like to do, like singing and performing and gaming and art and all that, and I can do all of that at the same time as a VTuber. But for a long time I was like, oh, this isn't something that I can do because I thought it was like exclusive to Japan. I was like, I can't do that. I don't live in Japan. And then when Hololive EN came out is when I was like, wait, English speakers can be VTubers too, because they kind of blew up.
It really
Um,
was the proof of concept that
yeah,
obviously
and
there
that's
had
kind of
been
what pushed me
English-speaking
to.
VTubers before
Mhm.
HoloEN, but I don't think anybody will dispute the fact that HoloEN changed the game and significantly catalyzed the
Yeah.
English VTuber fandom. That the
Yeah.
the spike in growth of viewers was beyond what even HoloLive anticipated. And it's very obvious that they were optimistic, as any business should be when they're entering a venture like that. But I don't think anyone, if you had said 2 months before HoloEN dropped, how big do you think HoloEN would be? Nobody, cover included, would have said as big as they are. And
Mhm.
it was very much a case of you are not alone, that a lot of others wound up being inspired and seeing one. For some people, it was their first exposure to VTubers as a whole. But for others, it really was the proof that there was and is an appetite for VTuber content outside of Japan, because your inclination previously wasn't wrong, that it wasn't misguided, certainly, that there hadn't been any really, really breakout stars in VTubing, that there were a couple that had, you know, built up significant followings, that they weren't
Mhm.
small streamers, but
No.
eh, HoloEN changed the game with the sheer volume of people that they brought into the community or into awareness of VTubing.
Yeah, for sure. And yeah, that's kind of when that was kind like that's what kind of led to me being like, oh, maybe this is something I would like to do. And then of course, I when I got into V-REVERIE and I got to this opportunity to kind of really follow like my dreams and do what I like just do what I really want to do. It I don't know, like I kind of just like, it's like one thing led to another, and now I'm here, and I'm very
Sometimes
grateful to be
things
here.
go
And
like that.
yeah, and
Life
now
is a
it's like,
sequence of events. Some end
yeah,
up being ones that you don't know at that moment. Oh, this is one of the most important moments of my life. Sometimes
yeah,
you might
and
have an
yeah,
inclination of like, oh, this, like I can feel something in me is changing, and I have that fire suddenly, and like that you can feel a directional change, but it isn't until you have full hindsight 2020 that you can realize just how impactful something was, and that things don't necessarily change overnight, that the motivation might change overnight, the motivation might
hmm
change in an instant, but that it takes time, and that one action leads to another, one decision leads to a result, and that you build on those, and eventually you
hmm
realize, oh, wow, here I am.
mm. Yeah, and now I get to like all the hobbies that I have and everything that I was really passionate about, I get to do now. Like um if I want to, like if there's a game I want to play, like I can, and I can do this and just keep trying to grow and keep trying to like take this to a successful place. And like, yeah, like if there's a game I want to play, I can play it. If I want to sing for a stream, I can sing. And like as a VTuber, there's a lot that I can do. And a lot of that is stuff that I've already loved doing and I've been wanting to do for a long time. So like this is just something that I'm really grateful for, because I remember thinking like there's no way for me to stand on a stage, like there's no way for me to like for when I was like for a long time I really wanted to do like musicals, because musicals combine like performing, dancing, acting, singing, everything I love to do. But I was like, I don't have the skills to be in a musical. Like I didn't think I'm not at the level of people who do musicals for a career. But then it's like, even despite me being myself and not necessarily being super skilled in the things that I love doing, the fact that I can still do it and still like kind of entertain people while doing it, and like kind of try to make a bit of a career out of it, is just it's it's great. I love that I get to do this now.
Mm, and it's very interesting that one of the first things I asked when we started talking about performing, I asked, "Were you a
Mm-hmm.
theater kid?" Because uh, that's where a good number of folks get the acting bug, and whether it be your a high school theater, middle school theater, or sometimes a local theater. And it sounds like you had a something of a local acting troupe that not necessarily a conventional one, but you mentioned that there was a group that you were in that did small
Yeah, when
bits
I
and
was younger, we
performances.
did have that, but the thing that really made me want to do, cuz like the thing that made me want to act was I remember like I would watch TV shows and watch movies and stuff and I wanted to do what they were doing, but then I was like, "Oh, but I also really love singing. Like how can I do this and also sing?" But then it was like, "Oh, maybe I could be try to be an actor and then like try to be a singer on top of that and stuff like that." But then that's when I kind of discovered musicals and I got really into musicals. Was because like when I was like thinking about like, oh, like all the stuff I want to do, I had friends at that point, like um I had a really good internet friend who was really really into musicals, and she like would talk to me, she talked to me about it, she talked to me about her favorite musicals. I remember just sitting down and watching one, and it was just, it looked so much fun, it looked like so much fun, and I remember being like, oh, this is what I want to do. Maybe I should like try to do musicals or something like that. But then it was like, oh, well, these people are very, very good at singing. I was like, oh, well, I don't know about that. I just sing funny little K-pop and J-pop songs as much as I love like songs and musicals.
Do you have
So,
any favorite musicals? Just ones that you've seen, even if it's not necessarily one that you would want to be in. That did you have any favorites?
Heathers.
Heather's. Oh, that's one of the ones I have not seen. I've heard amazing things about it though.
It's fantastic. Heathers, I love Heathers because it it feels more like you're watching a rock concert.
Mm,
Like it's like I love musicals for their own reason. Like I love Broadway musicals, I love opera musicals too, but Heather's, the music is a lot more contemporary. It's a lot more like standard, like, like rock music or pop music, as opposed to like the very specific genre that like musical, like songs from musicals kind of feel like they fit in their own genre. But Heather's music, the songs in Heather's, they definitely fit into that genre, but they also still steer more towards being contemporary. And that's what I really liked about it immediately, was just the songs were all bangers, and I thought the story was really great, and I thought the level of acting in it was really awesome, because I love musicals like Hades Town is another one that I really love. Um, on Broadway. But the thing I like more about Heather's is Hadestown is it's all singing. There's not really any dialogue in it. Like there's no like real speaking parts. It's just like
yeah, it's
songs.
an
Well, yeah.
operetta that it's similar
Yeah.
to Les Mis.
Mhm. But in with Heather's there's a lot of just straight up acting. Just like characters talking and interacting, and then there's just songs sprinkled into it. So I really liked that about Heather's, and I'm also a very big, I simp a lot for one of the characters in Heather's, even though I shouldn't, because he is not a good person. But
Ooh.
it's fine. He's fictional. He's fictional. It's fine.
When it comes to music in general, that you mentioned, K-pop, J-pop, are those
Mhm.
your primary genres when it comes to
Yes.
listening and singing? I take it.
Yes, yes. I don't actually I this and I kind of like clown on myself for this a lot, but I don't actually know a lot of like Western pop music. Cuz I've been listening to K-pop my entire life. Um like in the car, or if we were just like, if I was just hanging out with like my parents or something, we were listening to music, it was always Korean music because we're Korean. It was always K-pop. So I grew up listening to K-pop. It is a really big part of my life, and then through anime is how I found J-pop, and it's just the music genres I prefer. I just like how they sound. um and there is a lot of like Western music that I also do listen to. But it's prime, I want to say like 98% of it is K-pop and J-pop.
Any favorite
Hmm.
bands?
Oh boy, I'm about to go off on a spiel again. Because
Please.
so one of my favorite groups Especially when it comes to J-pop, I want to say my favorites are, tried and true Miss Legendary Lisa. Lisa is my queen. I love her. And also Yoasobi is another really really big one. Those are probably my two. Ado is also up there. They're probably my top three for like J-pop artists. And then when it comes to K-pop, um there is a lot of groups that I like. I like their music and I listen to their music, but the only group like K-pop like idol group that I really like follow, like I am like really dedicated to keeping up with them is 17. I don't know if you've heard of them, but
I have
they're
not that
a
I'm
yeah, they're a
a
male idol group, and they have really distinct. They have a really distinct sound. Um, a lot of their music doesn't really sound like the like typical K-pop. They kind of and this also might be because they write their own music. They write and their own music and their lyrics, and they choreograph their own like dances and stuff. But they're super talented. I listen to all of their songs whenever their albums come out. I buy the albums. I listen to their albums. Um, I watch a lot of their content on YouTube, but they have to be like up there as my favorite. Cause like I'm a fan. Like technically, I'm a fan of other groups too, in the sense that like when it comes to like Twice, or it comes to like other girl groups like what is it like I need to like suddenly my mind is going blank. There's also like for male groups there's like B2B. I don't really follow BTS, but I like some of their songs. Blackpink, I like some of their songs, but I wouldn't really call myself like an actual fan of theirs because I listen to their music. So I'm a fan in the sense that I like their music, but I don't really keep up with them. Like I don't
mhm.
follow them. I don't like watch the shows that they're on. I don't like I don't know whenever they're having a comeback or releasing new music. When it comes to things like that, 17 is really only the group where I'm like actively keeping up with their releases, and if they're on like some kind of new variety show, I'll watch the show, things like that. I guess TXT is also another group. They also have a pretty unique sound. I'd say I keep up with them a little bit, and Dreamcatcher as well. I keep up with them a little bit, but the only group that I'm like really like dedicated to is 17.
Is there something so you said the fact that they write their own music really sets them apart for you?
Yeah, so actually, a lot more groups now will write their own music as opposed to having a producer write it. Because I think it's kind of become a standard now for a lot of idols to be able to like compose, at least to like a certain degree. But
Yeah.
17 was probably one of the first groups that were completely self-produced. That was like their selling point, was that they were
Mhm.
self-produced idols. Because a lot of like idols will write songs for their groups, or they like will write like their own rap lyrics or things like that, or they like will work together with choreographers. But it's like there was never a group that really did all of it. Like 17 was one of the first groups where they wrote their own songs, they composed their own songs, they wrote their own lyrics, and they choreographed their own dances. So they did
Mm.
all of that. That was like their selling point, and that's what really made them stand out for a little bit. It's what gave them like a different, very unique sound. And it's also, I think, it also like because with other groups, a lot of other groups, like they have like songs that are like really crazy, like insane bangers. Then they have other songs that are maybe miss the mark a little bit. With 17, I want to say easily 99% of their songs are all bangers, because when you write your own music, you're not going to write
You're gonna
something that you
have
don't
the
want to perform.
yeah, that
You
you
have
have
more
a
creative freedom. Yeah.
inherent attachment to it, and that when it is your own work, you're going to be that much more motivated
Dedicated.
and
Yeah.
just dedicated and connected to it because
Yeah.
if you wrote it and you choreographed it, it means something to you. That
Mm-hmm.
it's you know, rewind the clocks that you have boy bands, idol groups that are completely produced that they seldom would write their own work, and that they'd be very, very talented performers. But you could see that, all right, sometimes they might not be quite as into the performance, or that just maybe it's not that they aren't trying to be in the performance, but that the style of what was written for them just doesn't quite align with them as performers, and that you have that that little bit of disconnect, which causes a performance to not be at its best. But when it's
Mm-hmm.
something that you've done that, like you said, 99 times out of 100, it's going to have that inherent deeper connection every time. And I'm not surprised to hear that it created that level of consistency.
Yeah. That's something that I really, really love about 17 is that they're so dedicated to every single song they write, every single thing they release. They work so hard at it because it's theirs, because like they've produced it. Um, and like even sometimes like I want to say the one thing they don't produce is their music videos. Obviously they have people make the sets for them,
Yeah.
they have people film for them and stuff, but
But it's
there's
still
a
you're
couple
performing
songs.
it there.
Yeah, there's still a couple songs where they literally made their own music videos, like they filmed it themselves and edited it themselves. And I love that about them, and I love that they're so dedicated. Obviously every idol is dedicated to their craft, but when it's your own thing that you've created with your own two hands, it feels so much more like special, I would say. And something else that I really like about 17, just watching their dynamic and the way they talk to each other, because with a lot of idol groups, obviously like it's a business. So a lot of them, it doesn't really feel, for a lot of them, like you'll be able to tell when an idol group, like when a group of performers that are in a group, like they don't really feel like friends, they just feel like business
They're
partners.
assembled, that
Yeah, yeah.
they are put
um
together by the producers that, all right, you and you pass the audition, you all have the
yeah.
technical skills and prowess to do what you need to do as a unit, and that you are able to cooperate and work very professionally with each other, but that
Mhm.
eh, you're not best friends inherently with your coworkers. Whereas it sounds like for 17 that they're a self assembled group, that they all found each other one way or another, but that it wasn't a third party that said,
Yeah,
you are now together.
cuz the way K-pop idols work is when you audition for a company, you join the company, but then you don't get put in a group. You start as a trainee and you train under that company. You hone your vocal skills, your dance skills, everything about that, and then they pick the best trainees and they create a group and then they debut that group. And that's how
Yeah, then
you
they make their
become an
units.
idol. Yeah. But in with 17, something that was also a little bit different about them is all like, so there's a lot of them. There's 13 of them.
Wait a
13
minute.
members.
There's 13 members of 17.
Okay, so the reason they're called 17 is because, so there's 13 of them and they each have their own unit. So they have the performance unit, which are all the main dancers in their group. They're all the best dancers, and they do like they make the choreography. And then you have the vocal unit, which is like they're the singers, and they do like they one of the leader of the vocal unit is the one that like composes all their songs, and they also help with writing the lyrics and stuff. And then you have the hip hop unit, which is like the rappers in the group, and they write all their own rap lyrics. So it's 13 members split into three groups. Like they're split into three groups, but they also perform as 17. It's just like little subunits
Hmm.
for like if they like under, but they're all still like 17. So
Yeah.
it's like 13 members, three units, but they make one group. So it's 13 plus 3 plus 1 makes 17.
Ah, okay. So the
Yeah,
math still
that's
checks out.
that's the math. Um, but when they were trainees, they have been training together for years. Like they knew each other for years. They were training together to debut as 17 for years before they actually debuted. So for them, it feels like, and that's the case for a lot of groups, which is why you can tell the difference between groups where like the members are truly like friends with each other, and groups where it feels like the members are just kind of like business partners. No. Also
Absolutely.
wait, what
Yeah,
is
I'm reading this.
Martin Cho Lautaro? Hello. Hello, Martin Cho and Lautaro.
Okay.
But
Anyways,
yeah, I
um,
saw that too.
do you have
But
any
yeah, that's
favorite songs of theirs?
oh, okay. So if anybody in the chat wants any recommendations, if I'm convincing you to listen to 17 and you need some songs, here's some of their best ones. So they have a couple Japanese songs. Not all of their songs are in Korean. They're primarily Korean, but they have a couple Japanese songs. So there's You're Not Alone, or Hitori Janai, which is one of their Japanese songs. It's a really beautiful song. There's Falling Flower, which is also a Japanese one. It's really good. Those are their two Japanese songs that I think are the best. So I highly recommend those. And then when it comes to their Korean songs, I want to say um, Anyone is a really good one. Anyone is one of my favorites. Their most recent one that they released literally like a couple months ago, I want to say. It's called Hot. Fantastic song. I would also recommend. So if we're talking, so like 17 as a group, they release all their title songs and all their main songs as a group, but in their albums, they have like other like B-side songs that are like like separated by unit. So like the vocal team has their own songs and the hip hop team and the performance team has their own songs. So for the vocal team, I would recommend Pinwheel. Pinwheel is a really good song. And then for the performance team, the hip hop or the dance team, I would recommend Moonwalker is a really good one, and Wave is also a really good one. And then for the hip hop team, I recommend Trauma or Back It Up. And that's all. That's the song recommendations I have. It's a lot. I hope you had a pen with you and that you wrote it down.
Well, if not, you'll be able to watch the VOD.
Yeah, or just look up 17. All their songs are pretty much bangers. So if you just YouTube 17, I'm sure you'll find something you like.
And I know you're actually planning on doing a K-pop karaoke stream. I think it's later this week, correct?
Yes, I'm doing it on Thursday.
Ooh. And I forget, is this for an occasion or just because the fancy struck?
Just because, like I sometimes, like usually when I do karaoke, I have a mix of English songs and Korean songs and Japanese songs. But this time I was like, I want to do karaoke, but I want to make it a little bit like more special. I didn't want to just make it just any other karaoke stream. So I was like, I'll just do like a special K-pop karaoke stream where I just sing all my favorite Korean songs.
And actually, this was your idea, not mine. You said that you wanted to actually give people a bit of a taste. It would be a cappella, but I've never actually had. This is episode 75 of Vtuber Talk tonight, and I've never had someone perform, one of my guests perform live. That I actually did a couple of songs for my first anniversary charity marathon. That as donation rewards, I sang a couple songs, but I've never had a guest perform any music live on the show. That I think once or twice played recordings of something that a guest has done, but never live. So I'm actually very excited about this. That I'm going to turn off the BGM, and I don't know what you're gonna sing. So what's the piece that you have in mind? That obviously, I'm not expecting the full song. That whatever bars or phrases you want to treat us to is more than enough. So what are you going to be performing for us?
I actually am going to be singing. I thought I would just sing the first verse and maybe the chorus of. So, this song is not really that it's not that well known even in the K-pop community. It's not really a song that's well known. Um, but it's a song that has a very special place in my heart because it's a song I listened to a lot when I was like really sad because it's like a very comforting song. Uh, and it's actually called the title is called The 10 Reasons Why I Love You. And the song is it's really cool because if you actually look up the lyrics, it like in the chorus, it lists 10 exact reasons. As the chorus goes on, like in the first chorus, it lists the first and second, third reason. The second chorus lists the fourth, fifth, and sixth reason. And then the last one lists the rest of the reasons up until reason number 10. And it's like all the reasons why I love you. And it's like it's a really nice song. And I added it to my set list because during the karaoke stream I wanted to sing it for my succubuds because I wanted to be like, this is kind of how I feel about you guys. And I thought I should like I wanted to kind of give a little bit of a preview of what the song sounds like for my succubuds that are here right now as like a little thank you present for joining us for this interview, and also so you kind of are have something to look forward to for the karaoke stream.
Absolutely. Well, I'm super excited. So I'm going to mute myself. And Lilrya, the stage
Mm-hmm.
is yours.
Alrighty. One moment. 그대 예쁜 목소리로 자장가를 불러줘요. 오늘 밤도 그대 내 꿈속에 나와 함께 살아요. 아이 같은 그 미소로 나를 보며 웃어주네요. 나는 그대라서 참 행복합니다. 내가 힘들 때나 많이 아플 때 내 눈물을 고이 닦아주던 그대란 사람 어찌 말을 해야 할까요? 첫 번째 그대의 마음 나무처럼 나를 쉬게 두 번째 그대의 미소 햇살처럼 나를 밝게 비추고 세 번째 그대의 손길 내가 힘들 때마다 품에 안아준 그댈 사랑합니다. Okay.
Yay! Pachi, 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 pachi. Yay, that was fantastic.
Thank you.
Oh, well, Maria, thank you so much for sharing that with us. That was just gorgeous. And like I said, that is the first a cappella performance that has ever been done on VTuber Talk. So you get to say that you did it first.
Yeah, sorry I was so short, but I don't
No,
want to spoil the
that was
entire song.
fantastic.
Thank you.
So obviously, folks, that if you want more of that and with actual backing music and everything, that you're just gonna have to tune into her stream this Thursday. That I put the link in the chat. The link is down at the bottom of the screen and in the panels. So oh my goodness, yeah, that was just fantastic. And to do a cappella, just it is very clear that you have come a long way from having your stage fright back in the day.
Oh yes. Even now, still sometimes I get a little bit nervous before karaoke because even though I know like the most important thing for karaoke streams is just to have fun and jam out with the chat. There's always that nervousness where I'm like, oh my god, what if I come in off tune? What if I mess up the lyrics? What if my voice cracks? And obviously when it does happen, I kind of just laugh it off and keep going because it's not a big deal. But you know, you want to put on the best possible performance you can for the people that come to see you. So there's always still that like little bit of nervousness and that little bit of stage fright.
I think
But
very few performers feel zero nervousness at all.
Yeah,
I think
yeah.
it's a very natural human thing. It's just the
Mhm.
fact that you were able to seamlessly power through it, and that even if something goes wrong, that you were able to power through that as well, and that that in and of itself is a very big difference from, like you said, back in the day, that you had the desire to perform, but for a variety of reasons were too nervous to do so. And the fact that you're here now, that you're streaming, that you're
Yeah.
performing, and even performing without backing, which is an extra challenge, is that's a really big deal, and you should be really proud of yourself.
I do think that I have grown a lot from definitely from back when I was like younger and I was too shy to even like join my school's theater club and stuff. I do think I have grown as a performer since then. So I am proud of myself in that aspect. I just gotta keep working at it so I can continue to be proud of myself.
Absolutely. And one other area that it's not, I suppose, normal or conventional performance, but one other area of artistic expression that you mentioned hasn't even really come up on your own streams a lot is that you are
Mm.
a writer and
I
that
do. I
that you have
write. I
written
write.
quite a bit actually.
Yes, I write. I love. Like it's nothing's like published or anything, but I really love world building and creating original characters and stuff. So I on my own time, in my free time, I write a lot of like short stories, and I write a lot of like my own little personal like novels and stuff. It's like just a way to kind of creatively express myself. So a lot of the times when I have like a story idea in my head, or I have ideas for original characters in my head, it helps that I also draw, because then I get to kind of sketch it out and kind of sketch out what they look like, and then I like will write stories about them and stuff. So I want to say the story that I wrote, like the one that I was most dedicated to was I actually came up with a like a kind of like a storyline in my head, and I really like thought that was something I could explore. So I took a bunch of notes on it. I did a lot of brainstorming. I made a cast of characters, and I actually wrote out the full thing. I remember just sitting, and for months, whenever I had free time, I would just write the chapters. And I believe I wrote around 40, a little over 40 chapters of this little like just this like kind of just this little self novel thing that I just kind of wanted to I just wanted to work on it as like a personal project. And each chapter was around 5 to 10,000 words long. So the shorter ones were like 5,000, and the longer ones are 10,000 words. And yeah, that's the longest story I wrote, was like one that spanned over 40 chapters. But I have ones that are just like one shot stories, just like short stories that are just one chapter. I have ones that are just like a couple chapters, like anywhere from like 10 to 20. But yeah, it's just something I really like to do on just my own time. It's just another way to creatively express myself.
Where did creative writing for you start as a whole? Not that specific story. I do want to get to that, but in general, was this something that going farther back, you mentioned that there was a phase of your life when you were less social and that you were very much into art. That did writing come into play at around the same time, or was that something that started a bit later?
Yeah, so art definitely came first for me. So, because I've been drawing like for as long as I can remember. Even as like a little baby, I was just scribbling and doodling and stuff. But writing kind of came, I want to say, more so around my preteen years, when I started to get a little bit more antisocial. I was really into reading a lot of books, and um, I don't quite even know how it started. It's just one day I think I just was like, oh, like I like making original characters. Maybe I should like write a little story about them. And then I wrote that, and then that turned into me writing like fan fictions and stuff
I
for
was
like
going to
anime
ask,
I
did
really
fan fiction
liked.
ever come into play?
Oh,
Because goodness
oh
knows,
yes.
fanfic
Oh yes.
is the creative writing spark for many, many
Absolutely.
people. That
Oh,
there is
absolutely.
nothing wrong with fanfic, and that it has
Mhm.
become,
Yeah,
writing
it's a really
characters
good.
is difficult. Writing worlds is difficult, and when you
Mhm.
find a world and characters that you really are attached to, that as a creative writer, especially when you're starting out, I think fan fiction is one of the best ways for writers that are trying, to write complete cohesive stories for the first time. I think fan fiction is actually one of the best intro methods to
Yeah, yeah.
creative writing.
It's a really great way, like, and it to like creatively express yourself, and also like lots of like a lot of people like fan fiction is like really great like ways to like make creative like fan projects of like you know um anime, or like whatever like TV shows, whatever exists. Like, I wrote a lot of like fan fiction like about anime that I was watching. A lot of the times when certain things happened in anime, like if there was a character that I wanted to end up with another character on like a romantic level, but it didn't happen, I would just write a fan fiction where it happened the way I wanted it to. And I've always been like kind of a hopeless romantic growing up. Like I love romance stories and stuff like that. So like whenever I wanted to like write about that, especially when it came to like my own characters. I wrote out like cheesy romance stories and stuff, and it's just kind of how it started. And I took a couple creative writing classes too, which really helped to like kind of hone my writing skills a little bit more. But I've been writing for years. Um, it started off as just me having like original characters that I kind of wanted to do with. Actually, I think it started with me um writing out like notes for these characters, when I was like making reference sheets and stuff. I would like write about their personalities and their backstories and stuff, and that kind of evolved into me writing about how they interacted with each other, which evolved into like actual stories. And then I started writing fan fictions, and now I just write a bunch of like just original stuff just to
For
creatively express myself.
the big story, would you be comfortable sharing the title? That way I don't need to refer to it as the big story.
Oh, yes. It's just it's just called Blossom.
Okay, cool. All right, that it
I'm
makes it
very bad
easier
at
for me as the
titles.
host
Yeah,
just to
yeah. I need to make it like my titles for these stories they're almost always just one word that just kind of has something to do with
Do
what
you think
I'm.
you picked that up from K-pop? Because as you were listing song names earlier, I noticed that except for one, I think they were all single word titles.
Yeah, it's likely. It's possibly also it's also just like I mean, I've never been good at titles, so what I usually used to do is I took like if there was a word that was repeated a lot in the story, if there was like a general theme, that's just what I used as the title. Nowadays it's just kind of like I pick a word that I think sounds neat that has to do with the story,
Mhm.
and that's just what the title is. Like I have a story that I just called Warmth. There's a story that's just called Contact. There's a story that's it's all just one word.
Do you recall where the, I suppose, seed for Blossom happened? Was there a particular character that you might have been writing that just sort of spun out into something, or did you have a flash of brilliance moment? How did that all start? If you
So
were
I was
able to pinpoint
actually
it, at least.
yeah, I was inspired a lot by so if I were to tell a little bit about the story and the characters, I was actually inspired a lot by Harry Potter houses. Kind of like how there's four houses that are all kind of split up, and
Mm.
each has their own characteristics and their own colors and stuff. I was really inspired by that, and I made kind of like it takes kind of place takes place. It's like a fantasy world, but it's not really like a modern setting. It's more of like a it's like a aristocratic kind of setting, in a fantasy world, and each there's a kingdom, which is the main setting. There's a kingdom, and it's kind of like it's ruled by four families, with one kind of being the leader of the other three, and they're each based off of seasons. So
Ooh.
yes, and that also affects like the kind of color of the clothes they wear and their features and stuff. So like the family that's based off of spring, they kind of have more warm toned clothes, more pinkish reddish toned outfits, and they have like softer features. And then there's the family that represents winter. Their colors are mostly it's like white, cool tones, lighter blues, and they are actually the aristocratic. They're the royal family. Is the Winter family is the main like royal family. They're not the main family. The Spring family is where the protag is from, but the Winter family is the one that kind of like
You
leads all the
mentioned that
other
there was the
families.
one that sort of had higher
Yeah,
authority over the other
yeah, so
three.
they're the royal family, and the other three are like the highest ranking aristocratic families that work under the royal family, which would be the Winter family. And then the Fall family, they have like a lot of orange and yellow tones, warmer features. Like so the winter characters are more they're paler. This like the spring characters are like they have softer features. They're like pinkish reddish. The winter family is like more white and light blue toned. They tend to have pale, like more like kind of I guess like sharp, colder looking features. Um, the fall family is orange and yellow themed, and like kind of like fall leaves almost. Um, And the summer family, they tend to have like more neutral tones, and their accent color is like a jewel toned green, like an emerald green kind of is their like accent tone. But they also wear a lot of like beige colors, a lot of like warmer neutral tones is kind of like how they are. So that's how I separated them. And then so the main character for the story is actually in the spring family. She is a girl in her early 20s, who was actually born mute, so she can't talk. And she communicates through sign language and like gestures. And she is the oldest child in her family, so she was meant to be the head of the household when she was born. But because she can't talk, because she's mute, she was kind of like shamed by her parents. They were disappointed in her. She couldn't, they didn't want her to be the head of the family. So they didn't want like their disabled kid to be like the head of the family. So the responsibility was passed down to her younger sister. Um, and this main character, she has a negative relationship with her parents, but she's actually very close with her sister. But her sister doesn't want to be the head of the household. It's too much responsibility, it's too much pressure. She is very burdened by this pressure, especially because she is younger. She's like in her teens and she's not ready for it. And she wants her older sister, the main character, to take on that role. And the main character wants to be the head of the household, but she can't because her parents won't allow her. Um, and then you find out later on that the reason she's mute is because her family has actually been like, not her and her sister, but the older generations, including her parents, have actually been dabbling in like the spirit world and like the spirit realm, like dark magic and stuff, because they want to overthrow the Winter family and be the main, like they want to take over the kingdom. And they kind of did that to try to get strength. Didn't work out. Summoned an evil spirit. Evil spirit took away their firstborn child's voice as a punishment. Think like Ariel, kind of like Little Mermaid
Yeah, as
almost.
you do when you are a malicious
Um,
spirit.
yeah, and this evil spirit is now kind of running rampant in the world, causing a lot of problems for a lot of the neighboring countries and stuff. And nobody really knows that the Spring family was behind it. They just know that it's a problem. So they send this girl out, the main character girl out to slay the spirit, because the parents are kind of like, well, she's gonna go out to slay the spirit, and then it works out because like then it looks like we're trying to help, but if she dies, it's not a big deal because she's mute and she's not gonna do anything anyways. Um, and basically what happens is they take her and they ask for a representative of each family to kind of form a group to go out on this quest. And that's where the main love interest comes in. Main love interest is the crown prince of the kingdom. He is a part of the Winter family because they are the main royal family, and he is actually in a political arranged marriage. Like he's betrothed to the main character's younger sister, because it's a political marriage. Like they're supposed to be married because his little sister is supposed to be the future head of the family, but
Mhm.
they're not in love. It's like a loveless engagement. The sister is actually in a relationship with her maid, but it's a secret because it's her maid. And the crown prince is in love with the main character, but he can't be with her because his family won't allow it, because they're like, she can't do anything. And they were originally going to send out one of their knights on the quest, but the prince says, no, I'm going to go because I don't want to be king anyways. Like, you guys are pushing this pressure on me. I will go and I will protect her and I will be with her. And then the representative from the Fall family is the main character's best friend, and she is the current head of the Fall family because her father passed at a young age, and her mother is still sick because she never recovered from the grief. So she kind of took over because she has a younger brother, but the younger brother is too little, so she had to take over and become head of the family. And then the my favorite character in the story I wrote is actually the representative from the Summer family, and he's a young adult, a male character. He is in line to be head for his family, but he grew up like being spoiled and pampered and babied by his parents, so he's like a spoiled brat. And he starts to cause a lot of trouble because he starts playing around with like other noble families' daughters, and it pisses them off, and he starts wasting the family's funds by like like just spending them on whatever he wants for his own pleasures. And so the parents are like, well, that's not good. So they send him out to go on this quest, even though he doesn't want to, and try to kind of like knock some sense into him. And
Hmm.
while he's out, he starts to learn about like how the common folk live, their struggles that he's never really seen before because he was so sheltered and he grew up so pampered. And he actually falls in love with a young peasant girl that he meets on the journey, and she helps him like kind of become a better person. And that's like this whole that's like the main cast of characters, and the objective of the story is to go out and to slay this evil spirit and to save the kingdom, and for the main character girl to try to get her voice back so she can become the head of the family like she wants to be.
Have you ever
That's the
seen
whole
or
thing.
read Ranking of Kings or Ruby?
I have not watched Ruby. I have a friend who's really into Ruby, but I never watched Ruby, and I've heard of it, but I don't know what Ranking of Kings is.
So I bring up these two because I am hearing similar elements that what you've written is undoubtedly unique. And first off, holy cow, Lilrya, that sounds really cool. Like I'm not just saying this. That's like as you were talking through that, I am seeing these characters in this world and this scenario in my head, and it sounds very compelling.
Mhm.
That just it is clear that you have put the time and effort into it. And obviously, you know, from minimal math here, you said that the chapters were 5 to 10,000 words. Let's assume that it's all just 5,000 words. At
Yep.
40 odd chapters, 5,000 words each, that's 200,000 words written. And that is bare minimum. So, in all likelihood, you probably have about 250,000 words written of Blossom.
Yes.
And I can only imagine what you were able to do with that much content to actually flesh out all these stories and these characters, and it sounds really freaking cool. Ranking of Kings is a manga and a recently done anime where that it is a medieval magic-esque world similar to yours, and the protagonist is deaf and mute, and that he is
Oh.
is the eldest son of his family, but he is also very, very small. Like that he is essentially toddler sized.
Oh.
Without going into full spoilers, there is magic and reasons at play for why he is his size and why he has no voice or hearing,
Mhm.
and that his younger sibling ends up coming into the throne and has mixed feelings about that, and that his parents and their relationship with him. I think you would very much enjoy Ranking of Kings. It was I would say it is my third favorite, between third and fifth favorite anime of 2021. Just full stop. It was really,
It
really
sounds
good.
really interesting, yeah.
24 episodes completed. Well, no, not completed story. That it does continue, but in 24 episodes, if you call that the end, if it were to be the end, it'd still be very satisfying. But I definitely recommend that. But when it comes to Blossom, gosh, I have a lot of questions. I'm trying to figure out where to start. What element came first?
The characters, for sure. So the protag, the main character girl, is actually like kind of just something I doodled up just in my free time, and I thought she looked really neat, and I wanted to keep drawing her because I really only just drew her profile, like just her like head and her shoulders, just like her features and her hair and stuff. And I wanted to like figure out what kind of character she would be, what kind of clothes she would wear. And as I was doing that, I ended up drawing like other characters interacting with her who became like her friends and the people she goes on this journey with. And it's just and then I turned that into kind of like I tweaked their designs more when I started coming up with like what kind of setting they would live in, And so after I made the main 4 characters, the main cast, is when I started thinking more about the story aspect of it, and I wanted to like write something about it because I was really inspired from drawing them. And then I started fleshing out the world more, and I started drawing the side characters and kind of getting an idea of what they would look like. And that's kind of how it happened.
When you started writing chapter 1, so it's very clear that you wrote a lot of uh, reference and ancillary material for yourself, establishing the world and the characters. When you started actually writing chapter 1, did you know
Mhm.
how the story would end?
Kind of. So I had like a very loose, like the way I write is probably not ideal because I like, if you want to make a really good story, ideally you want to plan everything out first. Is what I found works for me, like, well. But since I'm such a spontaneous writer, when I first started writing the chapter, all I really had in mind was her struggles and like what she wanted to do, like what the type of character she was and what her friends were like and what her family was like. And then I just had the base plot line, which was she had her voice taken from her as an infant, and she's going on this journey to get her voice back and to save the kingdom. And then I wanted to, and so that's how I started writing. But then I didn't want it to get away from me too much, so that's when, after I wrote like a couple chapters, and then I went back and I made like a full storyline of like each chapter is probably going to contain this. By this chapter is when I want this specific thing to happen. If I wanted any plot twist, I wrote out what they would be, how they would happen, when the foreshadowing would happen, and I kind of like planned it out a lot more after I wrote the first couple chapters, and then I just kept writing following that guide.
And it sounds like it was about at this point, after the first couple chapters, when you started really writing out plans and arcs. I'm guessing it was
Yeah,
about
because
then that you realized, oh, wait, I have something that is going to be at a different magnitude than my usual work.
yeah, because usually, so what happens is, the reason why I have so many short stories and why I actually have a lot of unfinished ones too is because I start writing them, I get really inspired, and then I kind of fall out of it, which is a problem for me. But with this, when I wrote a few chapters, I was like, this is so fun. I love writing about these characters. I love using these characters. I want to keep doing, like, I wanted to really sit down and finish something for once. I was really motivated to do that, which is why I sat down and I wrote out the full storyboard, and I wrote out everything, and I wrote out the complete guide. It was because I was like, I really want to try to turn this into something. And there were actually a couple like little roadblocks in the way, because originally it was actually only supposed to be like 15-ish chapters long. I wasn't even planning for it to breach 20. But then as I kept writing, the more ideas I kept getting, and the more details I wanted to add, and the more backstory I wanted to add. I wanted to develop their relationships at a little bit of a slower pace. So I did a lot of editing to the actual original guide. And then it just ended up turning into 40 plus chapters.
Was there a moment that you realized, just sort of, oh gosh, this is going to be very big? Or was there a moment of, I guess, just the realization of that it was going to go past that initial 15, 20 chapter projection, and that it was going to become literally double that?
Yeah, literally when I got to like chapter 8-ish, when I started to near the 10 chapter mark, and I was like, oh. Because I tried to follow the guide the best I can, but the more I edited it and the more I added stuff in to make sure I could keep track of everything, and the more I wrote, the more I realized I was not going to be able to fit everything I wanted to into 15. So at that point, I didn't really know it was going to get to 40. I just was just kind of riding the wave, following the groove, until I just kept going. And then when I got to the end, when I started writing the last few chapters that kind of lead to the end of the story, is when I was like, oh, this is gonna be at least 40 chapters. And then by the time I finished, I was like, oh, well, it's done, and that's a lot of chapters.
And when was that? So how new or old is this? When did you finish the last chapter?
I started writing it around 2 years ago, and I finished it sometime last year.
Okay, so still relatively recent. That
Yeah,
this
it's
isn't
relatively
a
recent.
really, really old one.
No, it's pretty recent.
Trying. There's a lot here that, like, There are very few times, Lilrya, that I get just utterly stumped and overwhelmed of, oh my gosh, there's so many things I want to ask as a host. Congratulations, this is a success on your part. um, I'm just going to, I'm just going to ask the question that's on everyone's mind because I've been trying to, get a couple other ones fleshed out before I ask the big obvious question at this point. But you've said that this story is done and that it is
Mhm.
not published anywhere.
No, it's just
Is
it's just
there
sitting in my Google Docs.
is there a circumstance or what would it take to get this to be publicly readable? I'm not talking like book publishing. I- Is this something that you ever think you would, post on AO3 or that you would make available to read on Google Docs to the succubuds? Or do you think this is something that you are just going to keep private to yourself?
I'm gonna be completely honest. This is despite this story being something that I am proud of in the sense that I finished it. I don't consider myself a good enough writer to write something that is at the standard to where it can be published. Um, I don't really, and so it's because everything that I write, I really just do for my own personal benefit and just to get my creative juices flowing and stuff. So, I don't know. I have considered maybe publishing it to like a website or something like that. I've considered even just like drawing little comics of the characters and stuff and posting that somewhere, but it's not really something that I put a lot of thought into because at the moment I don't really have any plans to make it public purely because I think it could be a lot better. So if I wanted to make it public, I would probably want to go back through it and
A
reread
rewrite.
all of it and rewrite some parts and edit some parts to make it better. Um, and maybe after I do that and I feel like it's at a standard that I can share, then maybe I would maybe I would make it public for people to read. But at the moment I probably wouldn't want to do that until I am certain that this is something that I want other people to see and something that I think is at that standard.
I think that's totally fair. And, that's why I asked the question. I wanted to make sure that I asked it here because I knew inherently that that would be something that the succubuds would be very curious about. And especially after the description you gave us, that it sounds so compelling. It sounds like something that I know a lot of others would be interested in reading. But at the same time, since this is something that you haven't published yet, that sort of told me, okay, it's probably just not something that you are comfortable with at this time, and that's okay. But I will
Mhm.
say that for what my third party validation is worth, and it might not be worth much, and that's okay too. For what my input is worth, I think the characters and the setting and plot that you described sound really cool, and that
Thank you.
if and that at a base level there, I think that if you were to reach a point with the writing through, either rewrites or, like you said, maybe even through a different medium of doing comics or just art or other ancillary material, I think that it is a world that people would enjoy exploring in whatever form or fashion you feel comfortable presenting it in. And whether
Mm.
that be an eventual rewrite of the entire story of, just, go one chapter at a time and sort of treat it as a new thing of just with fresh eyes for now that it's been a year or two since you've finished it to go back and edit and change what you want and then slowly release it, not do a massive drop of all 40 chapters. That could be one way to do it, or like you said, all these other different potential ways, or even just writing an entirely new story in that world, because it sounds
Mhm.
like a fleshed out enough world that there could be any number of stories or other characters, whether they were in Blossom or just lived in that world, that
Mm.
I think you have something there. So I hope that you reach a point in one way or another that you get to the point that you're comfortable sharing that world with others.
Mhm. Hopefully. I would I mean, talking about it now, I do maybe like There is a part of me that like wants to share my stories with people, but I feel, and this is another problem about me is I'm such a perfectionist that I it just almost doesn't feel right to me releasing something that I don't think is like up to these crazy high standards I hold myself
And
to.
and to be fair, it sounds very similar to the reservations that you had a while back regarding acting. That
Mhm.
you felt that, all right, even if I enjoy this thing, that you see others who are professionals in the craft and say, I recognize that I am not at their level and therefore am scared to perform because, like you said, you are perfectionists, you hold yourself to a high standard, and
Mhm.
that try certainly an easier said than done thing what I'm about to say. I recognize that. That
Mm.
if if you can, I would suggest try not to hold yourself to the standard of the best in the world because very few are.
Mm.
And that at the same at the same time I can absolutely appreciate that you only want to release something that you think is your best and something that you think is of a certain level of quality. I don't think there is a problem with that. But what I will
Mm.
say
Mhm.
is try and find a happy medium of absolutely make sure it's of quality, something that is up to your standard. And I will just say, don't make your standard the best in the world. Bring it down a couple notches. Make your standard very good. Absolutely. But don't compare yourself to, George R. R. Martin.
Mm.
But, you know, maybe over time find that medium. And if you don't, that's still okay. That there is nothing wrong with having a story that you wrote for yourself. That
Mm.
there are plenty of artists who don't put their works in galleries, even if they are of quality that could go in galleries. There are plenty of writers who do not publish their stories. There are plenty of musicians who do not publish or record their music. And if you ultimately decide that that is how you are most comfortable, that's okay. But I will also say, I don't. Who was it? Somebody in chat said they did. You have a tendency to underestimate yourself, and at the very least, I think that folks in chat tonight and I can assure you that it sounds like you have something really cool there, and
Thank you.
that i- if it's not to your standards, that's okay. But if nothing else, rest assured there are people who would be interested.
Mm.
Wow, that sounds really cool. Like, that, and
Thank you.
for it to be, you said 40 chapters, minimum 200,000 words, however much it ends up being, that's a lot. And like I said, I hope that eventually you find some method, writing, comics,
Yeah.
what have you.
I
That
mean, I
sounds
may
very
not
cool.
share the actual story anytime soon, but seeing as how a couple of my succubus really seem interested in it, maybe I could just show off some of the character designs or something in the Discord
Yeah,
actually.
that I think would be really cool too. And honestly, I'm I'm very honored that you felt comfortable enough to share it tonight on the show at all,
Mm.
because uh, when we spoke yesterday about what things would we and wouldn't we talk about on the show, that uh, you know comfort for my guests is top priority, and it's the type of thing that uh, I would never ask you to share stuff that you weren't comfortable sharing. And I'm very happy that even if you're not comfortable publishing, that you were comfortable enough to share what you have shared, especially since it is something that you said has not been shared on your own channel in the past. So I do appreciate your willingness to even share what you have tonight, because that in and of itself is still a big step.
Yeah, of course.
Do you have any stories that you're working on currently, or do you think uh, even that Blossom might be a world that you return to? Is there anything that's been sort of
I mean,
working in your mind?
right now, the only other thing I'm like just kind of working on is and I honestly I don't know if this is something I end up finishing. It could probably end up unfinished too, but this one is more set in kind of like a more cyberpunk type of universe. It's about a I feel like all my pro tags are girls, but they're just the easiest to write for me. But
Well,
it's
I wonder why someone who is female would find it easiest to write female characters.
Yeah,
I think
yeah.
that's
I
very
mean,
reasonable, Ria.
yeah, yeah, for sure. But this one is just about a girl. She's an orphan. She works it's like a like I j- so I this happened because I drew I drew like a really just a quick sketch. This was just again a lot. I feel like a lot of stories just happen with me like drawing original characters because I love character design and I just like doodle that a lot in my free time, and I just end up wanting to write stories about them. But she is a she it's like a cyberpunk kind of universe. She is a young girl who's an orphan. She works as a assassin in a part of like it's a part of like a I guess like a company, kind of like a hitman company sort of thing. She discovers a really old relic, which stands out a lot because they're in this futuristic universe. It's a really old relic of it's like a katana kind of, but it's possessed. It's like a possessed katana, things like that. And through that, she finds other like people who are like holders of like these ancient relics that are kind of scattered across the world. It's kind of like her just kind of going on a treasure hunt type of thing. It's not fleshed out at all. I just literally drew a cyberpunk girl holding a cool katana, and I was like, oh, what can I do out of this? That's just like something I'm writing right now. But I'm not very far in. Literally, I just wrote like a chapter and a half about it because I just thought she was neat.
Everything starts somewhere.
Mm-hmm. But it's not nearly as fleshed out. Like the most like actual world building and stuff I've done was with Blossom.
Mm. And you mentioned that world building as a whole is something that you're very passionate about, something you really enjoy. When you
Yes.
are building a world, do you find that there's a particular place you start? Is there an element of society
Um,
that acts as, sort of that spark point, or has it been different each time for you?
so usually the way I always start is by figuring out what time this setting takes place in. So first, I need to figure out. Most of my worlds are always fictional. There's like fantasy worlds. So I kind of have to decide on where, like, what time I want the setting to be in. Do I want it to be more modern? Do I want it to be more futuristic? Do I want it to be like dystopian? Do I want it to be kind of taking place in the past? In more like a medieval setting or something like that. That's what I think about more. And then after I kind of set like a time that I want the world to be in is when I will start. I set up like the first thing I do is I set up like I think about the kind of city that the main character is living in. Um, and then I'll think about like what kind of places would she go, what kind of places would she visit, what is and what is their relation to this her main home. If there's any politics or government involved, how are the governments interacting with each other, reacting with each other? Are they allies? Are they enemies? Like, how would she have to go in? Is it just a place she can visit just on vacation? Is it a place she has to sneak into? All that kind of stuff. I think about those kinds of relations, and then I think about like the kind of people that live in these places. So, like for example, when I was thinking up of Blossom, the kingdom itself is very wealthy, but they have the one of the places they have to go to is actually a city that is a little bit it's neighboring the kingdom, but whereas the kingdom is very wealthy because it has a lot of like even the common folk live pretty well. They just live common lives, but there's not really a lot of poverty in the kingdom because it's a kingdom with a lot of money. It's a rich kingdom. But one of the neighboring cities is actually the slums, and they have to travel through that, and that's actually where the summer boy, that's where he meets his love interest, is in these slums. So then I have to think about like, why is this place so poor? What happened? Like, how did they get to be that way? What is their relation to this kingdom? What are the people who are living in these slums? What do they think of the people living in the kingdom? How are they going to treat the main characters when they walk into that place? So that it's like all that stuff that I think about, and I write it out, I plan it out. And that's kind of just how the world building in my head works for me, at least. Something that I think is really important that I think a lot of people actually kind of glaze over is the relations between these different places. It's not just the slums that are on the that are neighboring the kingdom. It's the slums that they became slums because they because there were the way it works is like because it's like, why are they so poor if the neighboring kingdom is so rich? Well, it's because the people that are banished, these slums are intentionally banished there, and it's giving no funding because they are people that have maybe tried to betray the kingdom, or they're traitors, or they're they were charged for treason. Maybe they're prisoners, or maybe they are related to prisoners or something like that. So it's like that's why they're all sent to this slum. That's why there's no funding, even though technically it's a part of the same country. It's like all those people that are being punished, but then it's like I have to think about like those people's children, like the innocent people that live there. How would they see the kingdom? Is there any kind of education there? Is there any, all that kind of stuff? And that's how I like flesh it out and build out the world. So there's actually, when I do a lot of world building, it's both more complicated and less complicated than you would think, because it's not like I'm fleshing out the entire place. I'm not like making a map in my head of what the entire country looks like. I just pick out the main setting, and then the settings the characters will be going to, and I connect it all. And that's how I world build, because I don't really see the point in focusing too much on places that aren't explored in the story.
Yeah, if they aren't present in the story, they might as well not be present in the world. And I'm sure that there are other kingdoms in this world, but
Yeah,
the
for
story
sure.
at
But
hand interacts
they're
with
not
those
really
other
important.
kingdoms, that
Hmm.
you're not going to spend the mental cycles trying to figure out all these places and people and politics that aren't actually going to be explored in the story. But as for the ones that are in play, it's clear that you're really asking these smart questions of just
Hmm.
uh, first off, time. That's a very big thing. It's a very important one because it has all these implications of time is going to tell you, even if you're using a different calendar system, that that comes with technology and
Yeah,
everything that
yeah.
that encompasses. That usually comes with social interactions of government, of kingdoms versus elected leaders, and all of
Exactly, yeah.
the
So,
inherent social systems that come with all of that, and that
mhm.
inherently is going to have such a massive uh, connection to all the characters in their respective worlds. So that is very logical top-down design.
Yeah, because and usually the time when I'm like the time that I put the main setting into is it kind of works itself out when I'm doing the character design, because when I was designing the characters, I wanted to draw them in more aristocratic, more like medieval, maybe like, well, not, it's not, I wouldn't say it's medieval, it's like stylized medieval. I would just like kind of like those kinds of clothes, like more Victorian era
Hmm.
style clothes. Like I want to say more like it's almost like Lolita style clothes, but that's what's worn by everybody because it's more of like a Victorian aristocratic community. So then it's like, oh well, that wouldn't make sense in a modern setting. So I
Yeah.
put it more in the past, which then leads to like, oh well, these characters when they go on this quest, they don't ride cars or anything like that. It's nothing like that. They walk. They might take carriages. They might go on horseback, things like that, because cars aren't a thing in this kingdom. And then that also leads to like the culture, and that's how you like kind of develop the culture of this world. About like that's how you kind of figure out the whole government system in the world, that it's a kingdom, it's ruled by royalty, so it's not like you said, it's not elected leaders, it's their people are born into the throne, that kind of thing. And a lot of that kind of works itself out as soon as you figure out the kind of times, like the specific time you want to put the setting in, and that helps a lot to kind of kickstart. So
Yeah,
that's
there's
like
a
the
lot of
very
domino
first thing.
effect things,
Hmm.
and even if it doesn't necessarily dictate exact factors, it will usually uh, create limitations, or sort of imply one of a smaller subset of possibilities. That a blank canvas is one of the most intimidating things in the world to a writer or an artist, because you can do literally anything. But once you have a boundary that actually the the lead designer for Magic the Gathering has a saying, and that is restrictions breed creativity. That when you have, like I said, the blank canvas, you can do anything, and that sometimes just the sheer number of options, the analysis paralysis, can be difficult to work with. But as soon as you start imposing a couple of restrictions, and in this case, time has an inherent thing, like I said, it restricts your technology, it restricts or at least dictates social structures. And those restrictions then give you something to work with. That there's still a great number of possibilities in those systems, in those times, in those technology eras. But once you have those bits and pieces, then you can really start being more deliberately creative and saying, okay, within these parameters, these limitations, that I want to take this particular direction, or that I want to have this particular choice. And one by one, sort of like dominoes, that you end up creating your world. And there isn't a inherent order, but the overall top-down aspect of you start with the broadest restrictions of, like I said, time, overall societal structure, and then you slowly hone in from there. And it's sounding like that's basically what you did here. And whether it was conscious or not, I think you actually went through a very logical structure and sequence for how you got what you got. When it comes to world building for me, that I have never written anything extensive. That I've written like 2-ish short stories in my life. That for whatever reason, writing for me was never a area of inspiration. That stories have occurred to me, and I've created stories in different ways, but usually not, just narrative form. But the way my mind usually works is pretty similar of, find the world structure first, and then figure out the characters that you want, the different stories you want to tell, and in some cases, even working in reverse. And in your case, the reverse was you wanted to do something with Victorian fashion. So that then dictated, okay, well, if it's Victorian fashion, it must be this relative time period. And since I'm wanting to do Victorian fashion, regular peasants aren't necessarily going to be wearing Victorian fashion. So I must be dealing with people of relative affluence. And it's not a surprise that from there you wound up, all right, nobility. Because, well, tales of nobility are very fun in that they offer a lot of different elements to play with that the common folk society don't. But you can then have those different elements brought in by all the characters that the nobility interact with. And that's sort of how things wound up here. So it's really fascinating to hear where the particular pieces wound up for you. And I think it's very interesting that the fashion actually wound up dictating a fair bit of it.
Yeah.
Because just the simple decision of Victorian fashion inherently comes with 3 or 4 innate factors which created the world.
Yeah, and that's I think is what kind of sets me apart as somebody who is also like I would consider myself an artist before I would consider myself like somebody who writes stories, right? I'm not just I'm not someone who's just like an author writer. I do more art as opposed to writing. So the fact that I am an artist first means that a lot of my stories are actually just inspired off of me wanting to draw something, and then I draw it and I think it's neat, and I want to do something more with that character. And then that kind of leads into what I write. And of course, it hardly ever spirals as deep as Blossom did. But a lot, like most, if not all my stories kind of start in that way of just me wanting to draw something. So then I draw it, and then I'm like, oh, this character's neat. I wonder what her friends are like. Or I wonder if she or he has a love interest. And then I draw that character, and then that kind of just... and then sometimes that just leads into me writing and
you mentioned,
picking up the plot.
You mentioned that from a very young age that you were always doodling and scribbling, so it's clear that visual art has always been something for you, and you even mentioned that during your less social phase that you very much went to art as somewhat of an escape, that that's what you were doing a lot of, and that's where you really found your passion, and that even today, that as you've become more social, as you've become more comfortable with performing, that art has remained a significant piece of you and your content and what you do. That, if memory serves, a lot of the art of you, of Lilrya, has been done by yourself, and that you create a lot of art for your schedules and other pieces of your VTuber content.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I draw a lot of my upcoming cover that's in the works right now. I drew the art for, and I will be drawing the art for another upcoming cover. And my King cover, I drew the art for, and I also will occasionally draw for my Gen mates too. So it's just I'm glad that like this little like kind of hobby that I've just been like, because I never really went into art or drew in like with the hopes or the like I never like had the idea that I was going to become like a professional artist or something. It was always just a hobby for me. So the fact that I can kind of be helpful with that is yeah, is something that I really am proud of.
Are there any pieces or concepts that you are either working on right now, or ones that you want to get to? That you've mentioned the covers, so I will say, other than those, are there any other pieces that you either are working on or are sort of in the concept phase of, ooh, I have this idea and I want to try and figure out how to make it work?
Well, at the moment, the stuff that I'm drawing, like it's on like for myself, for my channel and for content, is pretty much, it's kind of at the moment it's literally it's just for covers.
That's
But
fair.
if we're talking just like drawing as a whole, I mean, I do a lot of just doodling on my own, whether it's on a paper, it's on my tablet or something. I have just a folder full of just like original characters that I just draw, but like I like some, like most of them aren't even really named. It's just me wanting to draw like a pretty girl or a pretty boy or something like that. Or I just like doodle something neat, and I just decide to save the doodle kind of. So if I am drawing, it's pretty much just that. But for professional like reasons, if I'm drawing for professional reasons at the moment, it's pretty much all just for covers. Sometimes I'll like feel like I want to draw for a thumbnail or something, like for my Persona streams, I kind of just decided when I was like, oh, maybe I can stream Persona 5 Strikers, because it's something I really wanted to play. I was like, ooh, it'd be cool if I, like, because I wanted the thumbnail to look like a Persona, like, fit the Persona 5
I remember
vibe.
that one, and it
Um,
did.
I'm really glad I tried to mimic the style as best as I could. But it really wasn't something I'm used to, because it uses a lot of just flat black as shading, and that is something I
Mhm.
never do. But I wanted it to, I just really wanted it to kind of have that a specific aesthetic. I wanted the thumbnails to stand out on their own, like looking like Persona, something that popped out of Persona, Persona 5's like general kind of aesthetic and artwork. And I didn't think that my usually, because I just use like myself, just pictures of myself in the thumbnail, but that obviously doesn't fit the Persona 5 aesthetic. So I just kind of decided on a whim that I wanted to draw something for it, and I just kind of banged it out really quickly in like 2 hours, and I've just been using it ever since. I just remember like when I looked at it, I was looking up a lot of references and stuff. It was like, okay, there's a lot of flat black shading. There's like, that's really the only shading there is, especially in like the specific style I wanted to mimic. There's no like different colors, like it's not shaded like how you would normally shade. All the shading is just flat black. And something else that I noticed was that the eyes, like something that's really unique I think with Persona art, is the eyes are actually fairly far apart. They're pretty wide set, so I wanted to incorporate that, and it just kind of turned into what it is.
Yeah, and you
Hmm.
mentioned all those different elements, and it's definitely accurate that Persona, and particularly Persona 5, has a very distinct aesthetic. I never actually thought about the eye spacing, but now that you mentioned, I'm thinking about it, that you are right with that. Of uh,
Hmm.
they make it work, and that for the designs that they have, that it doesn't necessarily, at least to me, and part of this might just be that I am not an artist. Uh, I'd like to think that I'm good at a fair few things. Art is not one of them. And I have so much respect for people who have put in the time and dedication, because it's not that I don't think I am physically incapable of such things. It's just, it's something I've never put in the effort to get good at. And art
Mm,
is something that anyone can do, but you need to put in the effort. You need to have the practice, the
right.
reps. And it's just something that has not been part of my life. And I guess, to me, as someone who is relatively uneducated in art, I didn't notice that in persona designs, but I wouldn't be surprised to believe that folks who are more versed in art probably notice that type of thing right off the bat.
Mm-hmm. Um, it's just like that's just when you're trying to mimic something like art, especially when you're trying to mimic a specific style, it's obviously you want to look at the main things, like how it's colored, how it's lined, how it's shaded, like, and those are the obvious things. But then you also want to specifically like look at the smaller stuff that really would make it look more like persona, because um another type of art, like for example, like if you look at like what is it, like superhero like comics, a lot of them also just use the like flat black shading, because it's a very like kind of pop arty kind of standout way to make things um kind of look more like it's a way to make things stand out, right? But I like the thing that sets persona aside from that kind of thing is that it is much more anime looking, and also the fact that like I had to look at the way they draw mouths, the way they draw eyes, the way, like the way they draw body proportions and things like that. And that is something that really helped. And another thing that that I noticed while I was drawing, that I actually didn't notice at first, is because I noticed immediately that they don't actually shade with colors, they shade just with black. But then I noticed that when it comes to the characters' lips for this art, they have a different color there to signify that they're like, it's not just like a line to like, and like just to show where their mouth is. They actually have like, it's almost like you're drawing on like lipstick for the bottom lip. It's like a pinker color, and that's something I didn't really notice until I was actually coloring it in, and like kind of like messing with it. And I think it's like just little tiny details like that that make it kind of really be able to like, like that's what stands out and like really sets it apart from just like something that might look similar but isn't quite as like it doesn't really look like it's been completely mimicked, as opposed to like if you want it to really look like it's from whatever you're trying to reference. I think it's really important to look at those tiny details and try to incorporate that. And I think the fact that I'm an artist does help me kind of spot those little details. But that was something that was really important while I was drawing, was just me trying to um, do as much as I could to like make it like within my capabilities, make it look as much like Persona 5 art as I could.
Mm, do you feel that you have a particular strength when it comes to art, or even when it comes to writing? That is there any element of a story or of a piece of art that just you are perhaps a bit more comfortable with, or that you feel that comes a bit more naturally to you?
I want to say when it comes to art, I think my strongest skill set lies in like I want to say color matching is one thing. I think I'm pretty good at mimicking other art styles. Um, but my weaknesses lie more in anatomy. Is a really big thing I still struggle with, and a lot of artists struggle with. Anatomy, I would say, is one of my weaker points. But I would say I like how I draw like faces, and I like how I my ability to notice small details and mimic those small details. I would say I'm stronger in like more like harder, more obvious like cell shading, as opposed to like really painted, like a painted style of art. I am not good at digital painting. um I'm just better at like more anime style art. And then when it comes to writing, I actually I'm pretty good. I want to say this might be because I'm a hopeless romantic, but I think I do best and I am happiest when I am writing like cheesy romance scenes or like touching scenes or like emotional scenes. And the part where I kind of lack a little bit of finesse is like fight scenes. I'm not really great at writing out fight scenes because I'm not as good at describing them because I think I'm
It's a
okay. I think
very
I'm pretty
different
good.
type of writing because
Yeah,
when
yeah.
you're doing fights, that's choreographing a dance that you need to be
Yeah, yeah.
hyper
There
aware of
needs to
just
be a lot
everything
of
physically. Where are people
mhm.
standing? What are they doing? How is momentum going? That it is a very different type of writing than dialogue.
Yeah, and that's something I noticed because I think when I write out dialogue, I'm a lot better at describing emotions and things that people are thinking and what they're saying, as opposed to their actual physical movements. So, like if I were to use Blossom as an example, there are a couple fight scenes in there, but I think those are not nearly as well written as, let's say, the moment like two characters kind of start to talk more about their feelings for each other or start to explore their relationship with each other, or anytime there's like a really emotional um like there's a scene where the protagonist has a huge just like fight with her parents, like even angry scenes like that. Any kind of emotional scene that involves a lot of talking or a lot of dialogue or a lot of just like describing what the characters are feeling, I'm a lot better at that. But if I have to write out things like fight scenes, those are kind of where I think I could use more work because I'm not quite as good at I'm not quite as good at like describing how their bodies move. And also because I don't fight, like I feel like if you have experience with that kind of thing, it's easier to write it, but I don't fight. I don't have any experience with that. So I don't know what it feels like. So
Yeah,
it's harder to think up of, but if I'm writing about anger, I'm writing about sadness or sorrow, I can just think back to my own experiences, be like, what was I thinking? What was I feeling when this happened? When something made me really sad, what was something I was doing? What was my body language like? What were my thoughts like? And that helps me write those scenes. But when it comes to fight scenes,
yeah, if you don't have
I
a frame
don't
of
yeah,
reference that
I don't have anything to
naturally
reference off of, yeah, so it's
writing
I
about,
can't
yeah,
yeah.
that just in general, and it doesn't matter if it's writing or art, that whenever you are creating something, it's going to be easier to create something that you have a personal experience with, or at least
Mhm.
some sort of firsthand knowledge of. And if you know, haven't taken martial arts, or if you've never done fighting, like even if you've been in like a fist fight with someone once, just very randomly, I wouldn't expect that to have a significant impact on writing necessarily, unless it was like to borrow a phrase, unless it was a core memory. But
Mhm.
otherwise, that writing that sort of physicality is understandably going to be much more difficult unless you actually have that background. That heck, in theater, stage choreography is an entire area of expertise because it is so different from normal blocking for directors. That you don't have a director on Broadway normally choreographing fight scenes, that you have fight choreographers specifically because it is such a different thing. And that's already when you're doing it physically, much less trying to describe it with words alone.
Mhm, mhm.
Wonder if there's anything like a fight choreographer ghostwriter in writing. That's somebody who's specifically brought on as a consultant for combat
I wonder,
writing. That like
actually.
that they're brought on not to ghostwrite and create the story, but that a writer would go to someone for consultation and say, okay, I have these characters and they're fighting with these weapons, and I need this result, and I need these specific blows to happen. How do I
Yeah,
get
I
there? How do I
mean,
write it?
now that I think about it, I mean, I don't, I feel like if that's not a thing, that would be like a cool thing to explore. I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of like authors and stuff consult with other people who are more experienced with their writing. But mostly, I think a lot of writers just like do a shit ton of research. which is also something that I have trouble with because research is so boring to me. But admittedly, I should be doing a lot more research when I write something. Like for Blossom, a lot of what I wrote, and this might also be the reason why I'm not quite as satisfied with it. I didn't do any research going into it because I was creating my own fantasy world, so I didn't really need to. Like I didn't need to do a lot of research into Victorian eras because I'm not trying to
I think
mimic
that
a
when it's
specific thing
fantasy,
in
yeah,
history.
if you're not trying to
But
create a historical period piece,
yeah.
that if you're saying if this is not Earth as we know it, and that you're not writing, Victorian era London specifically, I think that it's fine to not do your research. That research maybe can help with certain references and might give you a bit more inspiration. But at that point, what you were writing can't be researched because it is a different world, literally.
Yeah, I know the little bit of research I did some research on sign language, and but a lot of the way I kind of portrayed her talking was just me, like the way I wrote it was because like as a reader,
Yeah, you're not going to be writing
yeah,
out the
like
exact hand motions that
no,
it,
no, no. Like as a reader, because and because I don't need to describe that, that's why I think I didn't do as much research as like you would do if you were like writing out, like if you're drawing a comic or if you were like making a movie or something.
yeah.
But
Because I
when
know
it
for
comes
Ranking of
to
Kings, they actually did have, they used real sign language in the
yeah, yeah, and
animation
that's
that
really
they brought
cool.
on a consultant. But
Um,
for
but
for
for
your
writing,
purposes,
especially, yeah, especially because when I'm writing in the perspective, because all of my stories I write in third person, but I write it in I think it's like called third person, like omniscient or something like that. It's third person, but where you know what the characters are thinking and you can see and read their thoughts.
mhm,
So I didn't need to describe the sign language as much because I could just describe what she means with the gestures and I could just write out what she's thinking in her
yeah,
head. I
I
just
assume you
wasn't using
probably put it in
actual like
italics
out
or
loud
something.
dialogue. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I just use italics and describe what she's feeling and what her thoughts are as opposed to like just writing dialogue like you normally would. So you don't really need to see all that to know what she's thinking and know what she's trying to portray. I would just have to write it out a little bit, like describe her gestures a little bit for the sake of um the characters around her and the people she's interacting with. Like it makes, because they don't know what she's thinking, so if they want to know what she's trying to say, then I have to write out what she's physically doing to try to get them to understand. But I don't need to, I don't need to like draw out specific hand motions or describe specific hand motions. I can just kind of vaguely describe what she's doing and that's enough, so I didn't have to
Yeah,
do a lot of research on
you
that.
can
But I
express
assume with like
intent.
yeah, but and like especially in like a fantasy world too, like the fight scenes, I think it was a little bit easier on me than it normally would be because there's a lot of magic involved in this world. So it's not going to make sense normally. Like it's not realistic. But I assume if you're like trying to write out a more realistic sounding fight scene, you would probably study more into that. Maybe into different martial arts or
Yeah,
different
if you're doing a
stances or
sword fight, it's going to be very different from something that maybe has a sword user on one end and then a magic user on the other.
uh-huh.
That's really cool, and just to, like I said, I think the areas that you consider yourself perhaps deficient in are very logical ones because they're very difficult inherently, and that there's going to be a level of expertise required on that. So understandable, most certainly, but at the same
Uh-huh.
time, it it speaks to you that you are aware and already honing in on these areas,
Yep.
whether or not they are the intuitive ones that you sort of realize, okay, I notice that I struggle with this, and I think it takes a level of awareness to know that just to begin with. So
Mhm.
that it's very clear that even if this is something that is more casual for you, just a hobby that similar to art, that becoming a good writer is something that is going to take time and iteration and practice, and you just have to put in the reps, and that it's clear, similar to drawn art, that you've done that for writing, and Blossom being no small part of that.
Uh-huh.
But we've been at this now for actually 4 hours. That
Oh my god, yeah,
I
you're
told you
right.
earlier that my shows go, I'd say, on average about 2.5, but sometimes my guest and I get on a roll, and boy,
Mhm.
have we gotten on a roll.
Yeah.
but I do want to let you go to make sure that you're able to have dinner and everything. I have just a couple last questions that I ask all my guests to really wrap things up. Uh,
Mm-hmm.
First off, we are now into September, so the last quarter of the year. Do you have any
Yep.
goals for the remainder of 2022? Something, whether it be metrics
Um,
based or project based, that is there something that you're hoping to have done by the end of the year?
So, when I debuted, I said that I set like my end of year sub count goal to be 10K. And honestly, I wrote that not really thinking I was ever gonna get close to it. I was just like, I should just try to aim high.
Remind
Um,
me what you're at right now, because if memory
I'm at
serves, Ophi's at it.
9. Yeah, Ophi recently, Ophi
Ophi was
just
just
hit 10K.
celebrating that,
She's
and I know
doing
you're
her,
pretty
yeah, yeah.
close.
I'm at 9.37 at the moment.
Yeah, I think
So
you're gonna
I'm
get there.
actually, yeah, I'm actually, it doesn't really feel real, honestly, because, like, again, I just wrote that number because I was like, oh, well, if it's gonna be 1 year, maybe I should try to aim high. So I aimed as high as I could without going way out of bounds. So the fact that I was able to that I'm getting so close to it is kind of crazy. um and honestly, I mean, I have a couple like covers in the works that I'm really excited to release, and hopefully before the year ends I can finish the Soul Silver playthrough so we can start another one. But honestly, that's those are the only like big goals I have. I'm kind of, I mean, like, obviously, I want to keep growing and stuff, but I am also very happy with where I am right now. So I just wanna keep making more friends, keep doing what I'm doing, maybe hit 10K before the year ends. And that's pretty much it.
Well, I think that you're definitely on track for those goals, and that obviously you've done so incredibly well. When did you all debut? When did Catalyst
We
debut? Was it
debuted
March,
in
April, February?
I think it was February. No, well, oh wait, no. Fuck. You would think that I would know my own debut date. It was I debuted in March, end of March. February is when we started prepping hard for the debut, so I like
Okay,
it
I
all
can see how
meshes
that would.
together in my head.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I was gonna say
but
that's very fair on how it would blend a bit more than someone who's
mhm.
just a viewer. So
Yeah,
yeah, but
end of March is when I debuted.
mm, yeah, Kotaro Rondo says March 20th.
Oh yeah, because I told myself to remember my debut date. It's like 320 instead of 420.
Ah, well, there you go.
Yep, okay. I just completely forgot that that was a thing that was in my head.
Make a note. Forget where you put the note. We've all been there.
Mm-hmm.
And the last big question I ask all my guests is, what does being a VTuber mean to you? And I don't mean that in the sense of what is the definition of a VTuber, but to some people, being a VTuber is a tool in their arsenal as a content creator. I've had people say, it's a mask that I wear, sort of a clinical answer of that I'm an entertainer first, and VTubing just happens to give me this really cool puppet to operate, and I think that it lets me do really cool things as an entertainer. I've also had people give very personal answers. I've had people say it lets me get in touch with my inner child, or it lets me be someone that I
Mm-hmm.
can't be but wish I was in real life. And both ends of that spectrum and beyond are completely valid. But I found that being a VTuber means just something a little bit different to everyone.
Mm-hmm.
So for you, Lilrya, what does being a VTuber mean to you?
VTubing is like a road to me. It is the path that I want to follow. It's the path that I'm currently walking to try to reach my ultimate goals and my dream of making it a career and of being successful. It's I want to say it's a part of who I am, in the sense that the who I am when I stream as opposed to who I am off stream is a little bit different, in the sense that I am my ideal self when I stream, and I want to be like VTubing is a way for me to bring comfort to people. It's a way for me to bring happiness to people, and the kind of like positive, energetic person I am on stream is the ideal person I want to be all the time. So it is both it's both an inspiration to me, which is weird kind of saying that like I am an inspiration to myself, but it's that, and it's also yeah, it's like a road. It's like a road to me. VTubing has kind of crafted the path for me to walk to try to get to where I want to be. So it is both it is both it is both a pathway, and also it's my inspiration, I would say, is kind of where I stand on it.
I always ask that question because while I never know what somebody is going to say before they answer, when people answer that question, it always makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
And that, we've only been speaking for 4 hours, and 4 hours is a pretty decent conversation. But at the same
Yeah.
time, that, you cannot get everything of a person in 4 hours. But from what we've discussed tonight and your desire to perform and just the way that you carry yourself, that your answer makes sense of that. You don't necessarily find yourself at either of the extremes that I described, but more in the middle. And to be fair, that's where most people wind up. But the way you phrased it in particular, I don't think I've ever had somebody say that it is a road. And I find that very interesting, but also very meaningful that it is a. By talking about a road, you talk about continuous progress and
Mm-hmm.
a goal that you are always working towards.
Yep.
That, yes, you might have the short term goal of 10,000 subscribers on YouTube and of releasing the covers you have by the end of the year, but that when you talk about a road, you're more talking about that long term continuous progress and path. And that for you, that just the different stories that you've told tonight, and I'm not talking about Blossom the story, but that they've all been this longer path that for art, for writing, for performing, that all of those go way, way back for you. And
Mm-hmm.
that path has led you here now to VTubing, and that now VTubing is your current path that you are traveling, and that is uh, your avenue as a performer, as a content creator. But at the same time, you talk about it being your idealized self, and that's something that is very unique to VTubing as a content creation medium because it allows you to have this persona, to be something a little bit extra, both physically and otherwise, and that you are really making the most of that and allowing yourself to still be yourself, certainly, that you are bringing your own passions and desires and goals into VTubing, but that you also allow yourself to take that one step further and
Mm-hmm.
to really use VTubing for all it's worth and to let it be something even beyond what you are right now and to let it be that idealized self and that goal and inspiration for yourself. And I think that's really, really cool. And it's something that, like I said, is it, I don't necessarily want to say that only VTubing can offer it, but it's something that not every form of content creation offers. And it's something that I think comes part and parcel with VTubing. And I think that's part of why so many people have taken to it over the past couple of years, especially after seeing, as you mentioned, for your particular inspiration with the debut of Whole Live and seeing that this is something that people outside Japan, that people in English speaking spheres have that interest in, and that you have really dived into it and made the most of it, that you were able to get into V-REVERIE as part of their first generation, and that
Mm-hmm.
you and your gen mates are all just having some incredible success. Obviously, Ophi has already been on the show. I do hope to one day have Nova on the show. I've not actually spoken with her in any capacity, but just all three of you have been doing so well, and it's been an absolute joy to watch the three of you grow since March 20th. So,
Mm-hmm.
again, I cannot thank you enough, Lilrya, for being on the show tonight. This was such a
Of
joy.
course.
shows do not go 4 hours plus unless I'd like to think that a show doesn't go 4 hours plus unless something's gone right. And I feel like just we had these different points. We talked about Pokemon for almost an hour, and we could have gone longer if I hadn't stopped. I
Yeah.
have the feeling that, and just there's so much to you. There's so much to your content, and I hope if for some reason anybody in chat or watching on YouTube, by the way, hi YouTube, be sure to follow Lilrya on, well, rather subscribe on YouTube and follow on Twitter. I usually have to say follow on Twitch, but that's, different platforms, different stuff. So I'm gonna make sure to give you one last shout out here in chat, but the link is going to be here at the bottom of the screen. If you're watching on YouTube, it'll be in the description of the video. So, Lilrya, again, I can't thank you enough. I can't thank you enough, folks in chat. Suckybuds, thank you for showing up. It's always nice to have my guest community come in and join, and I hope that you all were able to have a good time learning about Lilrya. Some things you knew, some things you probably didn't know. At the very least, I could tell that a good number of you were really surprised by the writing, but for you, Lilrya, yourself, I hope that you had a good time, because goodness knows I've had a great time tonight.
Yeah, this was really fun. Thank you for having me on. I had a lot of fun just talking about about my passions and getting to like talk more about stuff that I haven't talked on about on stream yet.
Absolutely. Do you have anybody that you would like us to raid? And I recognize that might be a more difficult question for you than my average guest, since you are primarily based on YouTube, but bring up Twitch on your end. Tell me someone who is live right now that you enjoy, and we can send people along.
Oh my goodness, I have no idea who's live right now. I actually don't watch a lot of Twitch streams much. Most of the streams I watch are on YouTube. Honestly, I will just leave it up to you. I will leave it up to you. If there's anybody you want to stream, I am fully on, or not stream,
Okay,
anybody you want to raid, I am fully on board with that.
I'm gonna need to do something. As I mentioned to you off stream, my computer's a bit of a potato, and I know if I bring up Twitch, it is liable to cause the stream to stutter, and I don't want that. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to step away for a half second to grab my phone and bring up Twitch on my phone and see who's live there. So give me just one moment, chat. I will be right back.
You can watch me vibe. You can watch me vibe while you wait. Thanks, homies, for hanging out. Thanks, homies, for hanging out. Wow.
Alrighty, let's see here. Who do we have? And I'm gonna look through my list and try and figure out somebody who I think your folks would enjoy, someone that fits your mood. That could work. Let's go with... There's a lot of people live right now, actually. Let's go with Koki. I think Koki has some good similarities to you. That she's perhaps a bit more chaotic than you, and I say this in a very good way, but I think that you two have some similar styles, and I think that from what I know of the Succubuds, that they would enjoy her stuff. Koki is a past guest of mine. She's part of a group called South Side, and she is a whole bunch of fun. She's currently playing It Takes Two, and my guess is actually she's probably playing It Takes Two with Meat, who is another past guest of mine, so I am actually hopefully sending you all along to two folks who I think you would all enjoy. So, again, to everybody in chat, thank you so much for stopping by. Thanks for hanging out, whether it was for a couple minutes or for all 4 hours. It's all I can really ask for as a host. That please be sure to follow Lilrya if you're interested. You can follow me here on Twitch and on Twitter as well. I do shows approximately once a week, and this has been episode 75 of Vtuber Talk. So I hope you all enjoyed, and I hope you all will join me again next time. But until next time, you all have a great rest of your evenings, and please enjoy Koki and Meat.